Rebirth, Rise of the Aristocracy. Breaking news, Yao Ke Group's 68-year-old chairman, Mr. Yi Yun, has reportedly committed suicide at home by taking sleeping pills. Beside him lay a photo of his late wife and daughter. As per his will, Mr. Yi donated his entire fortune of 500 billion yuan to charity. Inside a dilapidated rental apartment, beer bottles and cigarette butts were strewn everywhere. Leftover takeout boxes were tossed haphazardly, and occasional squeaks hinted at rats scurrying around. Huh. Yi Yun stared at the unfamiliar face in the mirror, utterly dazed. I've been reborn. I've gone back 40 years. He touched his scruffy beard, a tear escaping down his cheek. The painful memories of the past 40 years flashed before his eyes like a slideshow, each scene etched into his mind. Clang. The door suddenly opened. In walked a tired-looking woman with delicate features, accompanied by a cute little girl with pigtails. Daddy. The girl ran joyfully towards Yi Yun, wanting to hug his leg, utterly unbothered by the rancid smell of the apartment. But before she could get far, the woman beside her pulled her back. Keek, pack your things. Don't go near that man. The woman cast a cold glance at Yi Yun, her eyes filled with contempt. So, you're finally awake. I'm here to take Keek and our things. We're going back to my parents' house. Keek. Mengyao. Seeing the two figures he had dreamt of countless times, Yi Yun froze as if struck by lightning. Tears flowed uncontrollably, his emotions surging. Rebirth. At that moment, Yi Yun was certain. This wasn't a dream, he had truly been reborn. Has heaven taken pity on me, giving me a second chance? In his previous life, he had endured 40 years of torment. If it weren't for his own mistakes, his wife Li Mengyao and daughter Yi Keek wouldn't he have died so early. It was all his fault. His incompetence had destroyed what could have been a warm, harmonious family. Laughably, he had built Yao Ke Group on a foundation of bitterness and resentment toward his wife. It wasn't until 3 days after her death that he learned the truth. Afterward, Yi Yun knelt before his wife and daughter's grave for 7 days and 7 nights, neither eating nor drinking. Had someone not found him, he would have joined them in death. Now, seeing the two most important people in his life standing before him, Yi Yun couldn't contain his emotions. Tears streamed down his face. HMPH. A cold snort snapped Yi Yun out of his daze. Crocodile tears. Li Mengyao's icy gaze pierced him as if she were looking at a stranger. Yi Yun, I'm here to take Keek to my parents' house. I'll send the divorce papers later. Let us end this. Her tone was cold, devoid of any lingering affection. She was utterly heartbroken. Mengyao. I know it's all my fault. I've been a scumbag. But I'll change, I promise. Please, just give me one more chance. Yi Yun's voice trembled as he pleaded cautiously. But his words seemed to snap something inside Li Mengyao. She grabbed a beer bottle from the floor and smashed it against his head, yelling hysterically. Change? What do you even have left to change, Yi Yun? You've said this 100 times, no, 1,000. But you're nothing but a dog that can't stop eating its own filth. I've had enough. Crash. The bottle shattered on impact, blood streaming down Yi Yun's forehead. Blood splattered everywhere, and Keek burst into frightened tears. The shabby room was filled with garbage and the heart-wrenching cries of a child. His head throbbed in pain, but Yi Yun's heart ached even more. The more he remembered, the more he wanted to die. Li Mengyao, his wife, was a renowned beauty, rivaling top actresses and supermodels. Countless men had pursued her, but she chose him, a nobody with an elite education but no achievements. After their marriage, Yi Yun had promised to make her the happiest woman in the world. But life's hardships led him to give up. He spiraled into vice, gambling, drinking, and worse. When the money ran out, he demanded more from her. If she refused, he fought her for it. He pawned everything of value, even selling their daughter's school fees. The Yi Yun of that life disgusted even himself. Li Mengyao stared coldly at his bleeding face. To her, he was nothing more than a stranger now. The fruit of yesterday, the cause of today. She couldn't be bothered with him anymore and turned to pack with Keek. Whatever it took, she was determined to leave this nightmare with her daughter. Watching her walk away, Yi Yun knew his current words meant nothing to her. To her, he was a worthless husband, a deeply rooted perception he had to change slowly. After a moment of reflection, he cleaned and bandaged his head. An hour later, Li Mengyao emerged from the bedroom with Keek and several bags. But she froze at the sight before her. The previously filthy apartment was now spotless, and two simple dishes stir-fried eggs with tomatoes and spicy shredded potatoes were set on the table. From the kitchen came the sound of cooking. Yi-yun stood there, skillfully preparing a dish. In his past life, after losing his family, Yi-yun despised his old self. Even after building the Yao Ke Group and becoming a wealthy tycoon, he insisted on doing his own chores, a personal penance for his sins. Now, with a second chance, he knew exactly what to do. Even if it was just a small step, he wanted Mengyao to see that he was at least human. Li Mengyao stared at her husband, her expression conflicted. The scene before her was something she had only dared to dream of. Mengyao, Keek just got out of school. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Even if you're heading back to your parents' house, at least have a meal first. Yi-yun placed a bowl of tofu and vegetable soup on the table, his voice gentle. Keek sniffed the air, her eyes lighting up with hunger. She tugged at her mother's sleeve. Mama. That small tug jolted Li Mengyao back to reality. Has Yi-yun really changed? Cleaning up? Cooking? If not for the scruffy face, she might have believed this was a different man. But Li Mengyao still pulled Keek along, her voice cold as ice. A pig with lipstick is still a pig. Chapter 2, The Hole. Yi-yun didn't argue. Deep down, he knew that if he were in Li Mengyao's shoes, he wouldn't believe anyone could change so drastically either. A sudden epiphany. How could that be possible? Just as Li Mengyao was about to leave with Cuckoo, footsteps echoed from outside. Bang! 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 Sis, I'm here. Have you packed your things? You and Cuckoo can move in with me right now. Amid rapid knocking, a woman's melodious voice called out from the other side of the door. The door opened, revealing a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Li Mengyao. It was her younger sister, Li Menghan. You're here, Menghan. Why don't you join us for a meal? Yi-yun forced a smile. Li Menghan glanced at the tidy room and the dishes on the table. She paused, then sneered. Eat something you made. No, thanks. Who knows if it's poisoned? Cuckoo, come with your aunt. I'll treat you to KFC later. She reached over and scooped Cuckoo into her arms, intending to leave. Yi-yun felt his heart wrench. He didn't blame Li Menghan for her cold attitude, it was all his own doing. Silently, he walked over to Li Mengyao and hesitantly said, Mengyao, I won't stop you from going back to your family. I just hope you'll wait a bit before sending the divorce papers. Wait. Li Mengyao looked into Yi-yun's eyes and let out a bitter laugh. Yi-yun, do you really think anyone can trust you anymore? Wait for what? More beatings, or more gambling debts? 2 years ago, on New Year's Eve, Aunt Zhang came over to ask for the 10,000 yuan you borrowed. You said those same words then. I pawned my wedding jewelry from my brother to pay her back. Last year, on New Year's Eve, your college friend showed up with his family, asking for 100,000 yuan. Again, you said the same thing. I worked myself to the bone and borrowed 40,000 yuan to pay them off. Just 3 days ago, loan sharks came demanding 150,000 yuan, with a 1-month deadline. 150,000 yuan. Do you even know how much that is? How will you pay it back in a month by gambling more or stealing? Yi-yun, I'm begging you. Let me and Cuckoo go. Sign the divorce papers. Let us have a little peace. Li Mengyao's face was streaked with tears. She had given up on Yi-yun long ago. She had forgiven him time and again, holding on to the faint hope that he would turn his life around. Each time, it only led to more demands and a deeper hole of despair. Disappointment had turned to complete hopelessness. If not for her daughter Cuckoo, Li Mengyao would have considered ending it all. The daily suffering had become unbearable. Give me 1 month, just 1 month. If you still want a divorce then, I'll sign the papers without hesitation. Yi-yun's gaze was firm as he grabbed her hand. You beast, let her go. Li Menghan slapped his hand away. You've already dragged my sister down this far. You want to take her with you to hell? Menghan, that's enough. Li Mengyao stopped her sister. She sighed and said to Yi-yun, do you really think this is still worth it? It is. Yi-yun answered without hesitation. Mengyao, for Cuckoo's sake, just trust me one last time. 1 month I'll clear all the debts and bring you back home. Fine. I'll give you one last chance to disappoint me. Li Mengyao scoffed. Let us see if you'll even live to meet me again. Sis. Menghan, let me make peace with it myself, Li Mengyao said self-mockingly as she sighed, then took Cuckoo's hand and walked away. No. I don't want to leave Daddy. Mommy, don't take me away. Daddy, Daddy. Cuckoo wailed, but none of the adults stopped. Li Menghan drove a Ford Focus sedan. The car's space wasn't enough to hold everything even after packing most of the luggage. 2 suitcases still remained. I'll come back later for the rest of my sister's things. You'd better not touch anything. Li Menghan glared daggers at Yiyun before starting the car. As the car disappeared into the distance, Yiyun felt as if his heart were being torn apart. He didn't try to stop Li Mengyao and Cuckoo from leaving. He knew that if he wanted to fill their holes from the past, he'd need at least 300,000 yuan within a month. He would be far too busy to look after his wife and daughter. Yiyun also understood his position. A family's breadwinner? What a joke! Back in the house, Yiyun had a quick bite to eat, cleaned up, and shaved off his scruffy beard. He picked up a crumpled cigarette butt from the sofa and lit it, taking a drag to ease his headache. Cough, cough, cough. After 40 years without smoking, the cheap cigarette's harshness made Yiyun choke. Clearing his thoughts, he racked his brain for ideas. For most people, earning 300,000 yuan in a month was an impossible dream. But Yiyun wasn't like most people. 3 days foresight can bring 10 years of wealth. Having 40 years of foresight meant he could seize every opportunity to stand at the forefront of an era. Standing at the forefront, even pigs could fly. Soon, a money-making plan came to mind. But as Yiyun searched his pockets, he made a bitter discovery. He didn't have a single cent to his name. Even the best ideas needed some seed money to get started. What could he do without even a penny? As Yiyun wrestled with this dilemma, Li Menghan returned to retrieve the rest of the luggage. When she saw Yiyun, she acted as if he didn't exist. Despite being ignored, Yiyun calmly picked up the 2 remaining suitcases and carried them to the car. Seeing him act like a silent mule only made Li Menghan angrier. You're such a useless loser. My sister must be been blind to marry you. Just as she was about to hurl more insults, her phone rang. Glaring at Yiyun one last time, she answered, "Hello, Director Ning?" Really? Okay, hold on, I'll check right now. After a brief conversation, she took out a laptop from the car and logged into her corporate WeChat. As soon as she logged in, a flurry of messages popped up, showing that someone had been urgently trying to reach her. Yiyun didn't want to disturb her and busied himself loading the luggage into the car. With nothing else to do, he stood behind Li Menghan, observing quietly. She didn't notice or didn't care that he was there. After reading the messages, a hint of joy flashed across her face. Yiyun, however, spoke up. If I were you, I wouldn't accept the administrative manager position. Shut up. No one asked for your opinion. Li Menghan snapped without turning her head. She quickly typed her reply, I accept. Chapter 3, a step up, a hidden downgrade. Li Menghan worked at a cosmetics company, holding the position of sales department supervisor with a monthly salary of 12,000 yuan. Now, General Manager Ning promoted her to administrative manager, offering 14,000 yuan per month. This seemed like a nurturing gesture, positioning her as a trusted confidant. Knowing how tough the workplace could be, Li Menghan wouldn't pass up such a good opportunity. Because of this promotion, General Manager Ning called her urgently to confirm so the necessary paperwork could proceed. As for Yiyun's advice, she dismissed it outright. What kind of fool would listen to a man she saw as a useless deadbeat? If you don't believe me, send a message to your most important client and see how they respond, Yiyun's voice persisted. Li Menghan was already closing her laptop, ready to leave. But for reasons she couldn't explain, she sent a WeChat message to one of her key clients. Ms. Wang, when are you free for a meal together? About 3 minutes later, a reply came. Har, been busy lately. Let us talk another time. Har. Everyone knew what that implied. It was a brush off, plain and simple. The polite but distant tone hit Li Menghan like a bolt of lightning. What's going on? Feeling cornered, Li Menghan wanted to send another message, something like, let me know when you're free. After all, Ms. Wang was an invaluable business contact. Maintaining that relationship was crucial. But Yian's voice cut in again. That reply was already dismissive. If you send another message now, you'll probably end up blocked. Li Menghan froze mid-gesture, her finger hovering over the send button. She turned to glare at Yiyun, anger bubbling up. You think you know everything, don't you? If you were so capable, my sister wouldn't be stuck living in this dump with you. I've been a failure in the past, Yiyun replied calmly. But I promise, I'll make sure they live the happiest lives from now on. Li Menghan was stunned. In the past, whenever she lashed out at him, Yiyun would either lose his temper or storm off. His avoidance and cowardice only deepened her contempt for him. Today, however, he didn't yell or run. Instead, he patiently analyzed the situation for her. The strangest part. What Yiyun said actually made sense. Your boss is demoting you under the guise of a promotion, Yiyun explained. You're a sales supervisor with a network built over years, but now you're being shifted to manage trivial matters as an administrative manager. In essence, your entire network is being stripped away in one move. And if I'm not mistaken, the moment you agreed to switch roles, your key accounts were already reassigned to someone else, probably Ning's true protege. Li Menghan's breath caught. 3 months ago, Ning had brought in his nephew, Ning Xiaoming, a good-for-nothing loafer, into the sales department. Could it be? Combining this with Ms. Wang's lukewarm response, Li Menghan's mind raced. Staring at Yiyun, she felt as though he were a completely different person. If not for the familiarity of his face, she might have mistaken him for some seasoned expert. What nonsense, she scoffed internally. This is just a useless man spouting conspiracy theories. No need to overthink it. But deep down, Li Menghan couldn't deny that Yiyun's South analysis hit close to the truth. Yiyun noticed her hesitation and pressed on. If you want to avoid being sidelined, you need to protect your key resources, your clients and your colleagues. Your clients might seem indifferent now, but that's only because they are unaware of the situation. You should call them directly to explain. As for your colleagues, throw a promotion dinner and invite the sales department staff. Who attends will reveal who's on your side and who's not. Those who support you can be nurtured. Those who don't, well, it's easy to sideline them. Whether you stay with the company, switch jobs, or strike out on your own, loyal colleagues are indispensable assets. Li Menghan hesitated. Yiyun's analysis sounded accurate, but she struggled to grasp how she could truly secure her clients or rally her colleagues. Clients cared about products and the company, didn't they? How could she ensure their loyalty to her? And her colleagues, why would they side with her when Ning Xiaoming was backed by their boss? No matter how confused she felt, asking Yiyun for advice was unthinkable. That would be more humiliating than anything. Sensing her inner turmoil, Yiyun elaborated. Business is about relationships. Whether it's clients or subordinates, that new manager in sales has likely already started building his connections. People naturally assess others' behavior. If you make your sincerity clear, clients and colleagues will notice. How you express that sincerity well, as a sales veteran, you should know best. Boom. Yiyun's words struck Li Menghan like a lightning bolt, clearing her doubts. After a moment of contemplation, she picked up her phone and called Ms. Wang. Just before dialing, she shot Yiyun a glare. If Ms. Wang blocks me, I'll make you regret it. Take your time, I'll pour you a glass of water, Yiyun said with a smile, heading to the kitchen. When he returned, Li Menghan was grinning and clenching her fist in excitement. Yiyun knew immediately that she'd successfully arranged a meeting with her client. Placing the water on the table, he smiled and said, "You must be thirsty after all that talking. Have a drink." Ms. Wang agreed to meet me at her shop this afternoon. Li Menghan exclaimed, hastily finishing her water and rushing to leave. Her shop isn't too far from here, so I'm heading there now. At the door, she suddenly stopped, biting her lip as if struggling with a decision. Then, she turned back, grabbed Yiyun's arm, and declared, "Come with me." Chapter 4, Should have known better than to bring you here. Where are we going? Yiyun asked curiously. He was currently tasked with earning 300,000 per month, and he really didn't want any unnecessary complications. To Wang Jia's shop. Li Menghan replied bitterly. My sister and you are bound to divorce. After that, we'll have no relationship. I, Li Menghan, don't want to owe you any favors. We'll go together to Wang Jia's shop. If we can't maintain the relationship, then we'll be even. If it works out, then consider me owing you a favor, And it has nothing to do with my sister. Yiyun was at a loss for words. What was she even talking about? He had only helped her out of goodwill because she cared about her sister. Besides, Li Menghan's favors weren't really something he needed. However, Li Menghan had a fiery temper, and she didn't care whether Yiyun wanted to go or not. To her, Yiyun's opinion didn't matter at all. If Yiyun said anything, she wouldn't hesitate to grab a beer bottle and crack it over his head. Time was tight, so Yiyun didn't want to go. But since he couldn't refuse his sister-in-law, he reluctantly followed her into the car. It had to be said that Li Menghan, being from sales, was an excellent driver. She was like those women who had a hard time behind the wheel. As they drove, Li Menghan couldn't help but ask, "Have you studied psychology?" The words Yiyun had said earlier made her think of only two types of people: top-tier business people or someone knowledgeable in psychology. "I took an elective in college and found it interesting," Yiyun replied, his mind drifting off. The truth was, this answer wasn't entirely true. Yiyun had studied psychology because of his regret over not understanding Li Mengyao's true intentions in the past. He even went to study with a few psychology masters. Of course, it had proven quite useful in business as well, which was an unexpected bonus. "Oh," Li Menghan said, sensing Yiyun wasn't really engaged in the conversation. She quickly lost interest. In fact, she didn't really want to talk to Yiyun in the first place. She just thought the atmosphere in the car was awkward. There was no further conversation until they arrived at the Chen Da underground parking lot. After parking the car, Li Menghan led Yiyun to a cosmetic store on the third floor. The store was fairly large, about 150 square meters, with all sorts of cosmetics on display. "You wait here. I'm going inside to find Wang Jie." "Don't wander off," Li Menghan ordered. She probably felt it was odd to bring a man into a cosmetic store, so she shot Yiyun a glare. "Okay." As Li Menghan rushed inside, Yiyun had nothing to do and started looking around the store. The reason was simple: after years of marriage, Yiyun had never seen Li Mengyao buy any cosmetics. If the plan succeeded, he would make a small profit. No matter what, buying some cosmetics for Li Mengyao wasn't a bad idea. Since it was lunchtime, the store wasn't too crowded, with only about 20 women browsing. However, it was clear that the store usually had good business, as there were more than 10 staff members. Yiyun casually looked at some products, starting with the perfumes. He was actually trying to pick the best one to buy for Li Mengyao later. Yiyun picked up a sample and sprayed it on his arm to smell it. He shook his head and put it down, wiping his arm with a wet napkin. He tried several more samples, and finally, when he picked up one, he couldn't resist smelling it a bit longer. This unisex light fragrance was refreshing, with a hint of blackcurrant. The packaging was simple and elegant, exuding a high-end minimalist vibe. While it wasn't as luxurious as popular brands like YSL or Jo Malone, its regular version could compete. But the price? It was only 1/3 of those big brands, an absolute bargain. He didn't notice, though, that a woman in a red cheongsam had been standing behind him for quite some time. Wang Meiling had only gone to the bathroom, but when she came back, her attention was drawn to Yiyun. She was concerned that he was shopping for cosmetics that was perfectly normal. What intrigued her was his actions. The way he sprayed the perfume on his arm and sniffed it was clearly a professional gesture. In the fragrance industry, hands come into contact with so many things that they can affect the scent. On the other hand, the arm is less exposed to such elements, so experienced perfumers often use their arms to test fragrances. More importantly, he was holding the most cost-effective product in the store. Instantly, she became very interested in Yiyun. After thinking for a moment, Wang Meiling stepped forward and asked, "Young man, are you really interested in this perfume?" Yiyun turned around and glanced at her. The woman in front of him wore a red dress and appeared to be in her early 30s, but her skin was well maintained. Yiyun picked up the perfume bottle he had been examining and nodded. Although this perfume is made in China, its quality is quite exceptional. It has a subtle blackcurrant fragrance. I believe this perfume must use blackberry as one of its key ingredients. Unlike the Racine series that also has a blackcurrant scent, this one balances the fruity aroma with a watery and slightly sweet flavor. Along with the blackcurrant, there is also a common citrus scent. It doesn't exaggerate the freshness or bitterness, it presents the citrus in a natural, true way. Meanwhile, Li Menghan had just come out of the store. She had gone into Wang Meiling's office and waited for a few minutes, but when Wang Jie didn't show up, she called to ask, To her surprise, Wang Jie wasn't there. Remembering that Yi Yun was still outside, Li Menghan decided to take him with her. But as she stepped out of the office, she saw Yi Yun and Wang Mailing deep in conversation. The most remarkable thing about this perfume is that the blackberry retains its characteristic fruity scent, though it's slightly dehydrated, which makes the fragrance even more concentrated. A product like this has a considerable advantage in the current market, Yi Yun was explaining. Li Menghan froze. Not only did she see Yi Yun, but the woman beside him was none other than Wang Jie. Seeing Yi Yun holding the perfume bottle, Li Menghan's face turned pale. She immediately cursed him in her mind. Had she known, she would never have brought him here. How could Yi Yun understand perfumes? She spat mentally. Maybe he knows about cigarettes, but certainly not perfume. Was he just offending Wang Jie? Angry, Li Menghan quickly jogged over and extended her hand. Sorry, Wang Jie, I'm late. It's fine, Wang Mailing replied, shaking Li Menghan's hand, though she seemed to be lost in thought. Seeing this, Li Menghan grew even more upset. Wang Jie's attitude clearly indicated that she was angry. With that, Li Menghan shot Yi in a fierce glare and muttered under her breath. I told you to wait outside. Had I known, I would never have brought you here. Chapter 5 30,000. Xiao Li, you should be glad you brought him along, otherwise you would have left by now. In fact, Xiao Ning, the head of your company's new sales department, has contacted me. That person sounds like he knows nothing about cosmetics. I was already considering not continuing to cooperate with you, so I don't want to cooperate with you. But now I have changed my mind. I wonder if you have time now. I would like to invite you to have dinner together. Li Menghan's eyes widened when she heard Sister Wang's words. Because this passage contains so much information? New Supervisor Xiao Ning? What Yi Yun said actually came true. President Ning promoted his nephew to replace his position. It's a rise in the open, a fall in reality. It's really a rise in the open, a fall in reality. However, at this moment she didn't care about complaining about her boss killing her. Her focus was on Sister Wang's last sentence. Have a meal. Li Menghan would never forget that when she sent a message to Sister Wang before, she replied with the word he. Now the other party actually took the initiative to invite me to dinner? You should know that Wang Mailing is a big shot in the industry in Jinling City. There are more than a dozen cosmetics stores under its umbrella. With such strength, the number of people who want to treat her to a meal could fill an entire basketball court. Looking at Sister Wang excitedly, Li Menghan said excitedly. Yes, I have time. I'll treat you. No need. Wang Mailing glanced at Yifa next to her and continued, this guy seems to know a lot about cosmetics. His appreciation just now was very professional. I just want to have a good chat with him about cosmetics. I wonder if you are free to have dinner together. Obviously in Wang Mailing's eyes, Yi Yun is much more important than Li Mengyao. Li Menghan quickly pulled Yi Yun, signaling him to answer quickly. She didn't know what Yi Yun was waiting for, but she didn't answer for Yi Yun at this time. She could naturally tell who Wang Mailing's focus was. If she doesn't have this little bit of emotional intelligence, her position as sales manager is in vain. However, Yi Yun shook his head at this time. Sorry Mr. Wang, I just had dinner. Hearing this, Wang Mailing was stunned. This was the first time someone rejected her invitation in person. Li Menghan, who was standing aside, was so angry that she wanted to curse. Can't I have another meal after I just ate it? Can eating too much kill you? Don't you know how important Sister Wang is to me? However, at this time Yi Yun was looking at Li Menghan's waist and said, Menghan, where did the little accessories on your bag come from? At this moment, Li Menghan was secretly annoyed that Yi Yun rejected Sister Wang's invitation, and said unhappily. It was matched at my girlfriend's store. Then do you know how much such a trinket costs? Less than $2. Although she didn't know why Yi Yun asked this, Li Menghan still asked subconsciously. But the next second, Li Menghan's face turned dark. Why should I bother with this idiot Yi Yun? He even refused Sister Wang's invitation. Now he left Sister Wang aside in front of everyone and answered Yi Yun. Is this because he is dissatisfied with not dying fast enough? Just when Li Menghan was about to apologize to Wang Mailing, Yi Yun took advantage of her inattention and took off the accessories on her bag. He looked at it carefully, then looked at Wang Mailing and said, Mr. Wang, that black vinegar-scented perfume should be produced by your own factory, and the main customers are students, right? Wang Mailing looked at Yi Yun with a smile and asked. Why do you ask? Because of the packaging. Your packaging is simple and doesn't look like a perfume brand. In fact, many girls nowadays don't know anything about cosmetics and just blindly pursue brands. So this makes it very difficult for a new cosmetics brand to grow in the industry. Due to financial reasons, students cannot afford the prices of big brand perfumes and can only choose products with high cost-performance ratio. So I think this product should have just appeared on the market, and it is intended to open up the market from the perspective of students. Yi Yun said. The smile on Wang Mailing's face became even brighter, and she laughed sweetly. This is the first time I've seen such an amazing young person. Yes, this perfume is produced by my own factory and has just been launched on the market. In order to reduce costs, the packaging is a bit simple. Currently, the main customers are high school and college students. Yi Yun smiled and handed over the jewelry in his hand. Then you can consider this. The packaging costs at least 20 yuan. And for small accessories like this, you can rest assured that the style is chosen by the girls themselves. Since it is aimed at students, you should consider their mentality more. Spraying this kind of elegant perfume is to make yourself more lovely. And I believe that such a small accessory can better meet their needs. Whether you plan to give it away for free or use it as a bundled sale is up to you. But you also heard that this kind of jewelry costs 2 yuan, and I'll give you 3 yuan, and you can earn 1 yuan as hard work. What do you think? Li Mengyao, who was standing by, widened her eyes. What is this operation? Aren't you here to see the clients yourself? You. How do you start selling things? Are you still selling my stuff? But why does what this guy said seem to make a little sense? Wang Mailing looked at the cute jewelry in Yi Yun's hand, then looked at Yi Yun's smiling face, her eyes full of admiration. Young man, you are Mr. Ning's man, right? I know Xiao Li's salary. You were brought here by her, so it shouldn't be high. If you work with me, I will pay you 30,000 a month, not including the year-end bonus. How about that? 30,000. Li Menghan almost bit off her tongue. My salary as a sales manager was 12,000 yuan, but after being promoted it was only 14,000 yuan. Now Sister Wang is asking for 30,000 yuan a month to poach people. More importantly, the target is still the good-for-nothing Yi Yun in his memory. But if you think about it carefully, this seems to be a good thing. I am trying to curry favor with Sister Wang, once Yi Yun joins Sister Wang. I can also take this opportunity to curry favor with you in the future. Bar. As soon as this thought came to mind, it was suppressed by Li Menghan. Others may not understand Yi Yun, but how could I not know him? This guy is a complete idiot. What if Sister Wang knew the truth? Wouldn't that be offensive? Although what I just said seems to make some sense. But I must have read it from a book. Just paper talk. Oh. Li Menghan, who comforted herself in her heart, had to admit it. Yi Yun's analysis just now was so damn awesome. When we first met, I could tell that Sister Wang ran her own factory and could accurately analyze her target customers. More importantly, you can also make some quick money by doing some small business in a roundabout way. Moreover, it can make the other party willing to offer high salary for recruitment. If it wasn't Yi Yun, if it was a different face, Li Menghan would definitely become his disciple on the spot. This is what we call a bull coin. 30,000 a month. This is 30,000. Does not include year-end. Although she didn't want Yi Yun to agree, Li Menghan also knew what this condition meant to Yi Yun. There is absolutely no way I'll give up. Wang Mailing and Li Menghan also looked at Yi Yun, waiting for his answer. Chapter 6, It's easy to make money from brainless fans. Thank you for your kindness. Yi Yun smiled and shook his head. Wang Mailing was not angry, but said to Li Menghan, I really envy President Ning for having such good employees. It seems that my previous views on your company were a bit one-sided. Li Menghan felt unhappy in her heart. It's ridiculous that you praise him like that. If you knew what this guy was like before, I guarantee you would regret it so much. Wang Mailing was in high spirits at the moment, so she naturally couldn't say that and could only smile apologetically. That's right. President Ning is also very optimistic about him. Mr. Wang, there is something I hope you can help me with. At this time, Yi Yun on the side suddenly said. You say? Wang Mailing was very optimistic about Yi Yun and asked. I'm short of funds now, and I hope you can give me the money for the jewelry first. Yi-yun looked calm. Lee Ming-han's face froze and he took a breath. Is this piece of shit crazy? Just forget about wanting to sell the trinket to Sister Wang. And ask her to pay for the goods in advance. Does Jesus give you courage? Just when she was about to scold Yi-yun. Are you short of money? Wang Meiling spoke first. Yes. Faced with Yi-yun's frankness, Wang Meiling smiled. Why don't you consider my proposal? I can make an advance payment of 3 months' salary for you. Wang Meiling's conditions were indeed attractive, but after being reborn, Yi-yun wanted to make his life truly perfect. Obviously, Wang Meiling could not do it, so she still refused. Wang Meiling felt regretful, but she no longer insisted and took out 5,000 yuan and handed it to Yi-yun. Give me 1,000 copies to test the waters first, and let's set the price at $5 each. She was quite optimistic about Yi-yun and decided to spend some money to make a good relationship with him. However, she didn't know that this good fate saved her family and career. Afterwards, Wang Meiling brought Yi-yun and Li Menghan into the office and chatted for more than an hour. However, compared to Li Menghan, Wang Meiling spent most of her time chatting with Yi-yun. Yi-yun's business acumen is naturally much superior to Wang Meiling's, it is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Some random business idea seemed to open up Wang Meiling's Ren and Du meridians, bringing her great benefits. She barely concealed her admiration for Yi-yun, and within an hour, her desire to invite Yi-yun to join her team grew stronger and stronger. The salary increased from 30,000 yuan per month to 50,000 yuan and then to 100,000 yuan. But they were all rejected by Yi-yun. Finally, Wang Meiling felt regretful and took out her business card and put it in Yi-yun's pocket. Xiao Yi, Sister Wang's door is always open for you. You can come over anytime. Driving the Focus from Qingdao to the rental house, Li Menghan couldn't help but look at Yi-yun many times along the way. Is this person really Yi-yun? Li Menghan was shaken. Sister Wang offered a monthly salary of 100,000, but you are still unmoved? Think about myself. I was complacent with my monthly salary of 14,000 yuan because of my promotion and salary increase. This gap is really huge. We're home now. You don't need to look at me anymore. After getting off the car, Yi-yun took out 3,500 yuan and gave it to Li Menghan. 1,000 small accessories. We'll split the profits in half. Is it okay for you to give the accessories to Sister Wang? Looking at the 3,500 in hand, Li Menghan gritted his teeth. This bastard must be pretending. He took out 1,500 and returned it to Yi-yun Dao. This money is earned by Sister Wang for you, I don't want to share it with you. I will deliver the goods to Sister Wang, and you don't have to worry about the rest. 15,000 was not a very large sum of money for Li Menghan, and she also knew that this money had nothing to do with her. The amount of money is not the key point. What matters most is that she knows what belongs to her. If it doesn't belong to you, you can't take it no matter how much it is. Otherwise, what is the difference between you and a beggar? What's more, the money was given by Yi-yun. She would just feel disgusted. Yi-yun did not force it. It was only 1,500 yuan anyway, so there was no need to waste time. Just when Li Menghan was about to leave, Yi-yun was silent for a while. Didn't you say you owed me a favor? I want to use it now. What's the matter? Li Menghan was a little unhappy. People are like this. I will remember the favor I owe you. But if you mention it directly without even thinking about it, people will think you are calculating against yourself. Bring Meng Yao and Keek over tonight for dinner. I'll cook. Yi-yun said cautiously. The image is very different from Wang Meiling's previous one, as she was talking to him calmly. Yi-yun didn't care about Li Menghan's favor, but he couldn't stop the desire in his heart. After 40 years, I really want to have a meal with my wife and daughter. Li Menghan felt even more resistant. Ask my sister and Coco to come over for dinner? Are you pretending to be pitiful and continuing to persecute my sister? Yi-yun, please understand the situation clearly. It is me, Li Menghan, who owes you a favor, not my sister. You should just forget about having dinner with them. Li Menghan transferred 10,000 yuan to Yi-yun via WeChat. That's enough favor, we don't owe each other anything. No matter what, Li Menghan would never forgive this devil Yi-yun. Fox was driving farther and farther away, and Yi-yun sighed as he looked at the back of the car. He didn't blame Li Menghan for being so angry. Yi-yun did not take the money. The previous 1,500 and this 10,000 are different. Even if you are short of money, you don't have to trade your dignity. Li Menghan, who was driving, felt something was strange when he saw Yi Yun did not take the money. This is 10,000 yuan. When did Yi Yun stop caring about money? I remember that Yi Yun would quarrel with his sister over a few $100s in gambling money. Even when he was out of money, he still stole Coco's kindergarten tuition and used it to gamble. Har har, I'm just pretending. I'm trying to trick myself into saying nice things in front of my sister. Li Menghan came to a conclusion in her heart. On the other side, Yi Yun took the 3,000 yuan in his hand and recalled the incident in his memory. At 5 p.m. on August 7th, the Jinling Music Festival officially opens. And today is August 7th. The finale of this show was a male star named Wu Qian. As a young and handsome man of the new generation, he is also one of the top stars in the entertainment industry and has many fanatical fans. Yi Yun remembered very clearly that there were a few very crazy fans at that time who had to buy scalper tickets at sky-high prices from others because they lost their tickets on their way. In the end, I spent a whopping $8,000 per ticket to buy a backstage ticket from someone else that was originally 500 yuan per ticket. Ironically, the person who found the bargain was a scalper and the price he paid was only 400 per ticket. Because the concert has already started, scalpers are thinking that since the tickets are sitting on the table, it would be better to sell them at a low price. In just 20 minutes, those fans came over and became the scapegoats. This incident was exposed the next day and became a hot topic. When Yi Yun saw this news, he turned into a keyboard warrior and said those fans were idiots. As for the incident that happened to Wu Qian later, the stupidity of these fans pushed Yi Yun to a new low. Tidy up the house a bit. At 4 o'clock, Yi Yun took a taxi and went directly to the music festival. Chapter 7, 2008 becomes 100,000. The house that Yi Yun rented was in the east of Jinling, while the music festival was held in the south of the city. It took a full hour and 10 minutes to get there by taxi, and it was already 5:10 p.m. when we arrived at the festival venue. Yi Yun felt very distressed about the 110 yuan taxi fare, but he couldn't catch a wolf without sacrificing his child. The venue is now filled with people, and countless posters of Wu Qian are posted everywhere. Because the show had already started for 10 minutes, there were not many people at the ticket gate. Although he knew the news, Yi Yun was not sure about the exact time when those fans came. However, he was sure of one thing, that the incident happened between 5:30 and 6 o'clock. Yi Yun carefully observed the scene looking for the scalper, and the time soon approached 5:30. Yi Yun was also a little anxious. Because he hasn't seen the cattle yet. In other words, even if he saw those fans, he had no tickets to sell to them. At this time, a middle-aged man walked up to Yi Yun and pushed him. "My friend, do you want money?" Yi Yun was stunned, then secretly delighted. Of course, the surface cannot be exposed. What ticket? Of course it's the ticket to enter. In the middle of the inner field, the view is good, and it's not a dream to see Wu Qian up close. Seeing that Yi Yun was interested, the middle-aged man was also very happy. This was also his first time as a scalper. When he heard that Wu Qian was coming here to hold a concert, he immediately realized that this was a good opportunity to make a fortune. I stayed up late to buy tickets and only managed to get 8 tickets. However, I had no experience and listened to the advice of my colleagues who said that tickets would only become more expensive after the show started, and that by then it would not be a dream to increase the price 5 or 6 times. Driven by greed, the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and persevered. But when it started, I was dumbfounded. After the show started, no one wanted tickets anymore. Those crazy fans had already scrambled for tickets one by one, or bought scalper tickets. The middle-aged man was completely panicked. He spent most of half a month's salary to invest in this music festival, and by the end of the festival, he was left with nothing. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Yun again, sized him up carefully, and started to make up his mind. There was only Yi Yun in front of him, and he looked silly. You can totally be considered as a scapegoat. No, I have to trick this kid into buying all the 8 tickets he has. Brother, you also know how popular Wu Qian is now. The middle-aged man persuaded, I still have 8 tickets. If you buy them all at once, you will meet a fanatical fan later and make money. Yi Yun's eyes lit up. Real. He. The middle-aged man silently praised himself for his wit. The silly boy was fooled. Of course. How can I cheat you? I still have 8 tickets. I bought them for 500 yuan. Now that we are destined to be together, I will sell them to you for 5,000 yuan. 2005. Yi Yun said. Brother, the scalper said anxiously, I won't sell it at this price. It costs 3,000 yuan to buy the tickets. If you sell them for 2,005, wouldn't you be losing 500 yuan? Either I take them all, or I don't want any. Yiyun whispered, Brother, don't treat me as a fool. The music festival has already started, and those fans who have tickets have all got them. I am also gambling. 2008, no less. After thinking for a moment, Wang Niu gritted his teeth and said, Okay, I'll give it to you now. After Yiyun checked the authenticity of the ticket, he directly gave the other party 2,800 in cash. At this moment, the venue was in chaos, and the fans' roars directly drowned out the music. The scalper just left. 8 girls who looked to be around 18 or 19 years old appeared. Master, please let us in. We have tickets, but we lost them on the way. Yes, you have to believe us, look, this is our ticket purchase record at that time. Master, please be kind. We are all Qianqian's fans. We came from all over China just to see our Qianqian. A group of people begged the guard, but the guard only left with 3 words, you are not allowed to enter. When Yiyun saw this scene, he immediately realized that these people were the crazy fans in his previous life who were willing to spend a lot of money to buy tickets. After begging for 10 minutes, the guard did not move. It's all your fault. You insisted on going to the mall to buy some Qianqian posters. Now our tickets are gone and we can't get in. Can you blame me? Didn't we all discuss this? Anyway, the lottery signing is the finale, and no one will watch the ones before it. We are just having a party. Who knew the tickets would be sold out? 55-55, I haven't missed a single concert since my Qianqian came back from Korea. I'm definitely going to be kicked off Qianqian's fan club now. Hey, let's find a way to get some tickets. The festival has already started, why would anyone sell us tickets now? A group of people blamed each other and were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Yiyun saw all this, but he was not in a hurry to sell tickets. Let the other party take the initiative. Instead, he stood there and took out 8 tickets and shook them around, looking like a scalper. A sharp-eyed girl among the group of girls immediately noticed the scalper ticket in Yiyun's hand and ran over immediately. Big brother, are you selling the tickets you have? I can offer you 3 times the price. Sorry, I'm waiting for my wife. Yiyun said calmly, she and her friends like Wu Qian the most, I can't let her down. This statement was obviously not enough to make these girls give up. Because Yiyun has 8 tickets in his hand. Enough for all of them to get in. 3,000 per ticket, I'll pay 6 times the price, I want all the tickets you have. One of the girls looked very wealthy and had plenty of money. Come to think of it, being able to come to Jinling from all over China to watch the music festival means that their family is naturally well off. You have to know that they originally bought VIP seats in the front area of the inner field, where they can get close to the lottery. Normally, they wouldn't even look at tickets for the middle section of the inner field like the one Yiyun had. Of course, I can't care about the position now, the most important thing is to be able to get in. Otherwise, what should I do if I can't see Qianqian? You are also fans of Wu Qian, and so is my wife. If someone asks you to buy tickets for Wu Qian, would you be willing to do so? Yiyun said. When these words came out, the girls became anxious. They can understand it too. Qianqian, that's the sky. For Qianqian, any price is acceptable. 8,000 per ticket. One of them immediately raised the price. 8,000 per ticket. This incident happened in the previous life, and the selling price was exactly this much. Yiyun was silent for a moment, knowing that he had not reached the other party's bottom line, and sighed, but there is also my wife's best friend. At this moment, earth-shaking screams were heard in the music festival venue. Thousands of thousands. Thousands of thousands. 8 tickets, 100,000. A girl who was obviously the leader couldn't wait any longer and opened her mouth to speak. Yiyun didn't dare to wait any longer. Their way of thinking of idiots is different. Who knows if the other party will suddenly stop buying? Anyway, this price is enough to satisfy him. Moreover, the money was enough for him to complete another project in his memory. 8 tickets for 100,000, are you serious? Yiyun asked with an excited look. That's right. The ticket was 500 yuan per piece, but we spent 12,500 yuan on it. It's already a sky-high price. In a word, are you selling it or not? The girl asked. Chapter 8 Marrying Boss Son. Okay. Yiyun had a struggling expression. It's a bargain for you, but I want cash. The main reason for asking for cash is to have no records. He will never forget that in his previous life, these girls exposed these things on the internet. A group of female boxers attacked and directly exposed the scalper online. Make the scalpers spit out all the money they took. The group of girls quickly gathered 100,000 yuan from the nearby area and gave it all to Yiyun. After getting the ticket, I happily went in to watch the music festival. It was because the middle-aged man left early, otherwise he would have been so angry that he would have vomited blood when he saw Yiyun sell the breakup ticket for 2,800 yuan for 100,000 yuan. Seeing the 100,000 yuan in his hands, Yiyun breathed a sigh of relief. In any case, this money can solve the urgent problem. By the time Yiyun returned to the rental house, it was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. Yiyun ordered a $6 plate of egg fried rice at a food stall and ate it while crying. I'm back, finally back. Meng Yao, believe me, I will make you the happiest woman in the world. Relive this life, Yiyun in front is already dead. Tomorrow, I'm going to the antique city. I won't miss that big bargain. At the same time, in a 90 square meter house in the south city of Jinling. Meng Yao, why don't you divorce that loser? Wu Lan looked at Li Meng Yao with dissatisfaction. Mom, he will sign in a month. Li Meng Yao said, gritting her teeth. Even she herself didn't know why she agreed to Yiyun's request. A month later. Wu Lan's voice rose 8 octaves. Didn't we agree to sign the divorce today? Why do we have to wait a month? If you don't get divorced now, you can go on a blind date tomorrow. Wu Yun. Li Xingguo on the side hurriedly stepped forward to interrupt. What do you want me to do? Wu Lan shook off the hand that Li's father extended to her. If she doesn't marry boss son, how can we enjoy a peaceful life and how can Meng Hao find a wife? It's all your fault, old man. If you weren't useless, would I be able to live like this with you all day long? Wu Lan had been unhappy with Yiyun for a long time. Her daughter was so pretty, but she didn't know how a rich second-generation guy would fall in love with her when she was young. She was counting on her son's dowry money, and the rest of her life would depend on her future son-in-law. But who would have thought that his eldest daughter would fall in love with a loser like Yiyun, which directly shattered his dream? This is why he has been instigating Li Meng Yao and Yiyun to divorce. That boss son was naturally the next candidate she chose. He is a middle-aged bald wealthy businessman who is 168 centimeters tall and weighs 200 kgs. Mom. Li Meng Yao collapsed. You want me to marry Sun Yozai? Do you know that Sun Yozai is a well-known pervert? Everyone knows that his last wife was beaten to death by him? Are you trying to kill me by letting me marry him? Isn't that a mistake boss son made when he was young? This way he will be better to his next wife in the future. Wu Lan cursed back on the spot. Boss son said that if you are willing to marry him, he can give you a betrothal gift of 1 million yuan. This aggressiveness made Coco laugh so hard that she burst into tears. Grandma is bad, woo, grandma is bad, I want my daddy, I want my daddy. You little bastard, you still need a father. Your father died a long time ago. I'll send you to an orphanage from now on. Wu Lan cursed angrily. Mom, Coco is still a child. Do you think it's appropriate to say that? Li Meng Yao walked over, picked up Coco and replied. What's inappropriate about that? That bastard's bastard should have been drowned when he was born. If you hadn't been trying to get married to that bastard, would this situation have happened? Meng Hao can't afford to marry now, so he's moved out to live on his own. It's so late, and Meng Han is still entertaining people to make money. Look at you, you're just eating and living for free at my place. Li Meng Yao, I won't hide it from you. I have already received 100,000 yuan from boss son as acquaintance fee. Either you divorce that loser and marry boss son, or you get out of here from now on, and I will pretend that I never gave birth to you. You are an adult and a bastard. You want to use my coffin to support you? Humph, I tell you, don't even think about it. When Wu Lan got aggressive, it was impossible to stop her. He totally ignored Li Meng Yao, who was already in tears. Meng Yao, your mother's words may sound harsh, but they do make sense. Li Xingguo also advised, if you hadn't been deceived by that loser, you would have married a good family long ago, and our family would be rich and powerful. Yes, it's a good thing to go back to your parents' home after being wronged, but we have to take care of 2 pairs of chopsticks, one large and one small, right? Why does Ren Xiaowu look down on Meng Hao? Isn't it because our family has no money? Be good and listen to dad. Don't worry about that burden. Get a divorce tomorrow, send the burden to an orphanage, and happily marry boss son and become his wife. One of the couple plays the good cop and the other plays the bad cop. Dad, Mom. Li Mengyao burst into tears. She bit her lip and hugged Yi Keek, saying, I'll take Keek away now and come back tomorrow to pack my luggage. After wiping away her tears, Li Mengyao felt despair surge in her heart. What sins have I committed in this life? Thinking she had found true love, she married Yi Yun despite her parents' opposition. He turned out to be a good-for-nothing who was addicted to eating, drinking, whoring and gambling. He was bullied and returned to his parents' home, where he was totally disliked. In order to get some money, the parents abandoned their daughter and married her to a middle-aged bald pervert. You are all forcing me to death. Okay, then I'll help you. Coco, I'm incompetent and can't let you enjoy happiness in this world. I can't leave you alone in the world to suffer. Without taking anything, Li Mengyao took her daughter out with pity. Go away. Don't come back after you leave. Wu Lan sneered, I wonder if you want to go back to that shabby rental house and continue to be abused by that loser. However, Li Mengyao no longer cared about her words. Wu Lan also didn't notice that there was a hint of death in Li Mengyao's eyes. He walked out of the house, holding Yi Keek in one hand. Mom, don't cry. Let's go back to find Dad, okay? Coco stopped crying and wiped Li Mengyao's tears. Mommy didn't cry, Mommy didn't cry. I'm sorry, Coco. Faced with her well-behaved and sensible daughter, Li Mengyao could no longer hold back her tears and hugged her daughter tightly. The thought of dying with my daughter just now disappeared in an instant. She couldn't bear to see such an innocent daughter. Feeling guilty, she made up her mind at this moment. My daughter is everything to me, no one can take her away from me. If there is, I will fight him to the death. 1 month, Yi Yun, the last month. I will trust you for one last month. After crying for a while, Li Mengyao remembered the man's oath and stopped a taxi with her daughter. 1 hour later. Li Mengyao was exhausted both physically and mentally. She would have chosen to die if it weren't for her daughter in her arms. After opening the door of the rental house, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. Chapter 9, Habitual Lying. It may be a bit of an exaggeration to say that it is so well organized and spotless, but it can definitely be said to be a home. No more cigarette butts, no more empty beer bottles scattered everywhere. The stains on the floor also disappeared. Neat and clean. The original garbage dump-like stench has now been replaced by air fresheners. However, this is not the key point. The most important thing is, Yi Yun was lying on the table alone, and on the table was a painting. The people in the painting are Li Mengyao and Yi Keek. Very lifelike. He walked quietly to Yi Yun, and there was a trace of tears in the corner of Yi Yun's eyes. This beast. Is he crying? Have you really reflected on this? How is it possible? Wow, Mom. The person in this painting looks like Coco. Coco rubbed her sleepy eyes and said in surprise when she saw Yi Yun's painting. Well, Coco, be good. Mommy will get you something to eat first. Wait a minute. Li Mengyao patted Coco's back, trying to coax her daughter to sleep. However, Coco's movement obviously woke Yi Yun up. Mengyao, Keek. Yi Yun stood up nervously and knocked over the chair because of nervousness. Dad. Yi Keek broke free, her sleepiness instantly disappeared, and she opened her arms to Yi Yun, hug me. Li Mengyao opened her mouth to stop it, but didn't. No matter what, Yi Yun is Coco's biological father. Yi Yun picked up Yi Keek, and Keek gave Yi Yun a big kiss on the face. At this moment, Yi Yun was shaking with excitement. 40 years, a full 40 years. He was in constant torment every day. Every day I miss my wife and daughter deeply. How many times have I woken up in the middle of the night with my pillow wet with tears? What about a fortune of hundreds of billions, or a business empire? Compared to this hug and kiss from my daughter, it's nothing. Keek, didn't you go to Grandma's house with your mother? Why are you back? Yi Yun tried hard to calm his excitement. Keek. Li Mengyao wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Dad, Grandma and Grandpa are mean. They scolded Mom and Coco, and asked her to marry other uncles. Mom was so angry that she ran away without taking Coco's things. Children speak without restraint, Yi Keek spoke directly. As soon as these words came out, Li Mengyao's face changed. No one has more say than Yi Yun. If Yi Yun knew about this kind of thing in the past, he would be able to do anything. I have no idea how many times I have threatened to kill her entire family. Although it was most likely just a threat, it was possible that he would do anything under the influence of alcohol. Extreme, crazy, trash. Your parents bullied you again. Holding Yi Keek, Yi Yun felt full of self-blame. It's all my fault. My wife and daughter have suffered so much. Compared to you, they are already too kind. Li Mingyao's tone was cold. Mengyao, go home. Although the house is rented, it will always be your home. If you don't want those things, just throw them away and buy new ones tomorrow. I made some money today. Yi Yun knew very well what his father-in-law and mother-in-law were like, and naturally knew how much injustice his wife and daughter had suffered. Anyway, the bargains you find at the antique city can make you 200 times the money. Yi Yun remembered very clearly that a major event had happened in his previous life. A gangster bought an ancient coin in an antique city, thinking it was just an ordinary Qing dynasty item, and spent 5,000 yuan on it. Who knew that it was a treasure from the reign of Emperor Shizong of Jin dynasty? A treasure favored by heaven. Coincidentally, there was an antique expert who was also in the antique city at that time, and he spent 1 million to buy this precious treasure on the spot. When the incident happened, Yi Yun was very envious of that guy's good luck. I also looked up the Chen Huan Chongbao coins on the internet. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. It turns out that the price of the Chen Huan Zhongbao coin is not 1 million, but 5 million. And tomorrow, he plans to go to the antique city to find bargains. So he only needed to leave 5,000 yuan for himself, and he didn't need the rest. He could use it to give his wife and daughter a better life. Yi Yun, are you talking about the 3,000 yuan you made by chance today? What do you think you can buy with that little money? Meng Han told me not to think about making easy money every day. I'm not staying here permanently even though I came back today. I'll find a new place to live tomorrow. Li Mengyao snorted coldly. In fact, if it weren't for the hotel's price of 200 yuan a day, she would have been discouraged. No matter what, she would never return to this sad place. Even if she thought this was paradise before, it's no use. Coco wants to be with Daddy, Coco wants to be with Daddy, Coco won't go anywhere. Humph, bad mom, bad mom. Seeing Li Mingyao's voice getting louder, Yi Keek immediately hugged Yi Yun's neck tightly. Dad, the Coco you just drew is so beautiful. Can you draw Coco again tomorrow? Not tomorrow. Yi Yun was not angry because of Li Mingyao's attitude. He knew that changing her mind would take time. He scratched Coco's nose and said with a smile, Dad is going to make a lot of money tomorrow. When he comes back, he will buy Coco the most beautiful doll toy, okay? Make a lot of money. Hearing this, Li Mengyao couldn't help but sneer. This bastard is going to gamble again. I don't know how many times I've said similar bullshit. Every time I am too ambitious and dream of getting rich overnight. The choice is even simpler, gambling. Fantasizing about making a fortune from gambling and then calling it a day. How is such a beautiful dream possible? Gambling is just like taking drugs. Once you get addicted, your addiction will only get worse and worse. Even if you win once in a while, you will have to pay it back 100 or 1,000 times. Wow, is Dad going to buy me a doll tomorrow? Coco's watery eyes lit up immediately. I've liked that Winnie the Pooh toy for a long time, and it's this big. Children have no concept of money, but they love toys very much. Yi Keek opened her arms and gestured, indicating that Winnie the Pooh was this big. However, when Coco said this, her eyes dimmed. But Winnie the Pooh toys are so expensive. Mom said they cost several $1,000s. It's okay. Yi Yun rubbed Coco's little head. Dad will make a lot of money tomorrow. He can buy Coco several Winnie the Poohs. Wow. Then Dad, I want 10. Okay, no problem. The reborn Yi Yun would not refuse his daughter's request. Even if it meant picking the moon down, Yi Yun would not hesitate at all. However, this action obviously annoyed Li Mengyao. Yi Yun, can you please stop bragging? You lied so many times and set such an example for Coco. Is this how you act as a father? Or do you want your daughter to grow up to be a habitual liar like you? Li Mengyao scolded coldly and then came up and looked at Yi Keek. Keek, come down and go back to my room to sleep. Chapter 10, Go Sell. Li Mengyao now. I just feel disgusted by Yi Yun's words. I will make a lot of money tomorrow and buy 10 Winnie the Pooh toys. Let us not talk about whether he has so much money or not. I'm afraid that if Yiyun has it, he can only take it out to gamble. All that was left was to increase my daughter's disappointment. In an instant, Li Mengyao felt uncomfortable as she looked at Yiyun again. No, bad mother, I'm hungry and don't want to sleep, Coco buried her head in Yiyun's arms, refusing to give in. Keek, be obedient and go to your mother first. Daddy will go buy some vegetables and make your favorite braised pork. Yiyun put Yi Keek down. When Yi Keek heard the word braised pork, her eyes lit up. Real. Of course, let's make a pinky promise. Okay, let's make a promise and stick to it for 100 years. After Yi Keek made the pinky promise, she followed Li Mengyao back to the only room with great interest. Li Mengyao didn't say a word. She was too lazy to even look at Yiyun. Mengyao, here is 90,000 yuan. Take Keek to buy some things tomorrow. I'm going out to buy some meat now. Looking at Li Mengyao's desolate back, Yiyun's eyes were full of heartache. He spoke softly and then turned and left. Li Mengyao stopped and said sarcastically without even turning her head. Yiyun, can you come up with 90,000 yuan? Can you not even lie like this? I, Li Mengyao, have been following you since I was 20 years old. I have been following you for 8 years. How could I not know who you, Yiyun, are? Don't even mention 90,000 yuan. Even if it's 9,000 yuan, have you ever had it? Li Mengyao was too lazy to turn around because she knew Yiyun too well. The best explanation for Yiyun is that he has high expectations but poor skills. It was all Yiyun's own fault that his life had fallen to this point. However, apart from the sound of the door closing, there was no other sound behind him. It was obvious that Yiyun had gone out to buy groceries. Li Mengyao turned around angrily. 9 stacks of brand new $100 bills lay quietly on the corner of the table. Under the light, the red is dazzling. She couldn't help but walk over to take a look, and counted with trembling hands. 1, 2, 3. 90,000, it's actually 90,000. However, the next second, Li Mengyao did not feel the slightest joy, but instead a surge of anger rose from her heart. A dog will always eat shit, and she knows best what kind of person Yiyun is. A fixed mindset has already formed in her mind. Now Yiyun is so attentive, giving money, cooking and cleaning the house, he is completely deceiving her. First use housework to change her impression, then create the illusion that she can make money. The purpose is definitely not pure. He wants to deceive her into staying at home and being a rich wife. But the reality is that she has resigned and has no job, and Yiyun has no money either. What else can she do? At that time, Yiyun would definitely ask her to sell it. Most likely, this money was spent by Yiyun from those loan sharks. Forcing women of good character into prostitution is a specialty of those loan sharks. Otherwise, why would Yiyun take this money and not think about paying it back? Those people threatened to kill him if he didn't pay back the money within a month. Yiyun would never have thought that Li Mengyao would have such thoughts because of his previous behavior. Of course, even if he knew, Yiyun would not blame Li Mengyao at all. Instead, he wanted to call out his former self and beat him to death. Being such a loser who can make his wife so frightened, I really don't know how I had the nerve to live in the past. 10 minutes later, Yiyun came back with the braised pork and found that Li Mengyao had not touched the money on the table. Sighing and not touching the money, Yiyun cooked the braised pork, then quietly knocked on the door and placed the dishes and rice at the door. However, there was no movement in the room and the food was not touched all night. Yiyun also spent the night on the sofa. Although the braised pork and rice were untouched, Yiyun still went to the market and bought a fish early the next morning. I made 2 servings of fish noodle soup, fried some poached eggs, and reheated last night's braised pork. Coco was hungry all night and ate happily in the morning, with her mouth full of oil. Seeing such a sumptuous breakfast and Yiyun being so diligent that he even washed all the pots and pans afterwards, Li Mengyao's face became darker and darker. Mengyao, this money. Yiyun pushed again for 90,000 yuan. Har har, everyone knows what kind of person you, Yiyun, are. How come it wasn't you who stole Coco's tuition fees last week just for 3,000 yuan for gambling? What? Do you suddenly feel guilty? Li Mengyao interrupted directly, without taking the money, and said sarcastically. Yiyun was stunned for a moment before he remembered. Last week, because he was under great pressure from loan sharks, he stole Yi Keek's tuition money in the hope that he could make it all back by playing all in poker. In the end, he lost everything and was chased by loan sharks for debts. Looking at Li Mengyao's eyes full of mockery, Yiyun wanted to strangle himself to death and could only say, "It's not that I suddenly felt guilty, but I have long felt that I should be nicer to your wife and daughter." "Well, tell me where you got this money. Don't say you won it from gambling." "Yesterday." Yiyun briefly recounted what happened last night, but the ridicule on Li Mengyao's face became even more intense. "If you said you won 100,000 yuan from gambling, I might believe you a little. But if you said you made 100,000 yuan from scalping tickets, are you telling a story?" "Yiyun, don't you know what 100,000 yuan means? How could someone spend so much money to buy a ticket?" It's no wonder Li Mengyao said that, because people are used to a frugal life. How is it possible that someone would spend dozens of times more to buy a ticket that costs only 400 or 500 yuan? Li Mengyao obviously didn't want to listen to Yiyun's nonsense. "That's enough. I believe that you, Yiyun, can make 100,000 yuan by scalping tickets, okay? So what? Can such good things happen every day? In 1 month, the loan shark asked you to pay back 150,000 yuan. What are you going to pay back with? Yiyun, please be a human being and give us mother and daughter a way out. Sign the divorce agreement. Find a place where no one knows you and hide away. It will be good for you and for us." After saying that, Li Mengyao took out the divorce agreement and slapped it on the table. Then he didn't give Yiyun any chance to speak. "Turn around and carry Yi Keek out." Clang. With the loud bang of the door slamming, Yi Keek's crying voice became farther and farther away. Original place. Yiyun was speechless for a long time, and then a bitter look appeared on his face. "You have to bear the consequences of your own sins. If you put yourself in her shoes, Li Mengyao has done her best." Click. Yiyun lit a cigarette, looked at the curling smoke, and didn't take a puff. Yes, Mengyao is right. The most urgent task is to pay off all foreign debts first. After thinking all this over, Yiyun packed up his things and went out. On the table, 90,000 yuan was placed, red and transparent, and it had not been moved. There was a tear mark on the divorce agreement next to it, which was extremely eye-catching. Chapter 11, Old Ghost. Jinling Antique City. The second largest antique city in China after Yangjing. It is more like a Daobao city than an antique city. Thousands of people come here every day to sell antiques. Of course, 99% of them are fake stuff made by others. However, since the antique city has such a great reputation, it is impossible that all the goods are from Xibei. Occasionally, there will be some ancestral graves with smoke coming out, and real treasures can be found there. In the industry, there is a professional term for this kind of behavior: picking up bargains. Picking up a bargain means buying a high-value item at a low price without the seller knowing the price. This may be the scene that everyone who comes to the antique city hopes to encounter. Everyone who successfully finds a bargain will basically publicize it. He vividly describes the process of his eagle eyes and golden pupils. While enjoying the envy and admiration of others, look at the unscrupulous businessmen beating their chests and stamping their feet. What an honor that is. The lucky gangster in the previous life had the same idea. After picking up the bargain, he told everyone he met, making it known to everyone and even becoming the biggest news in Jinling Antique City. Yiyun was so jealous that his eyes turned green. "I cursed God in my heart, why didn't I encounter such a good thing?" After that, he became a frequent visitor to the antique city. In fact, all the means to get rich overnight. Gambling, picking up bargains, lottery. Yiyun has done everything except doing any serious work. Of course, Yiyun at that time was the leak among leaks, known as the Leak King. The things I bought for hundreds of dollars were all Xibei products that cost no more than $10. But this time, it's different. With the memory of his past life, he is determined to get that precious ancient coin that is favored by heaven. As long as I can seize this good fortune, I can pay off the debt I owe to my neighbors and those loan sharks. Can complete all. In his previous life, that guy got the bargain with 5,000 yuan, so 10,000 yuan is enough for Yiyun. Thinking like this, Yiyun arrived at the stall area of the antique market. "Boss, this is a great item from the Qianlong era that has just been unearthed. Would you like to take a look? It was made from the imperial kill during the Northern Song dynasty. It was handed down from my great-grandfather's great-grandfather. The price of this heirloom is reasonable. Brother, look at what I have here, all good stuff. We haven't opened yet this morning, tell me what you like and I'll give you a 10% discount. This is a token of love given by Li Shimin to Guanyin. It has been blessed by a master. If you buy it, your marriage will come true. You will earn money if you buy it. It's a bronzeware, an absolute treasure. There were not many people coming to browse antiques early in the morning. When they saw Yi Yun coming, they all immediately started to laugh. It was no different from a vegetable market. Of course, because there were not many people visiting, many stalls were empty. Yi Yun smiled. No wonder there is a jargon. Every day you take a different trick. That's what I said. It is really a fine product from the Qianlong period, an official kill of the Northern Song dynasty, and a token of love from Li Shimin. Is it still being sold here? Not to mention Yi Yun, who became a wealthy man 40 years later. Even Yi Yun, who is a man of many talents and habits, doesn't believe it. Maybe it can only fool children like Coco. Based on the experience Yi Yun accumulated from being a sucker in his previous life. The treasures that can really be found at a bargain price are those whose origins are unknown to others. This kind of information is accurate to a dynasty or even a specific celebrity. It's complete bullshit. Especially bronzeware. Good job. That thing is sold openly, but you have to go inside. Not to mention that this thing is fake. Even if it was real, Yi Yun probably wouldn't have the courage to buy it. The prison is full of money. However, even though he knew that most of the goods were fake, Yi Yun still checked every stall carefully. In the previous life, although the incident of that gangster picking up a bargain caused a lot of controversy. But Yi Yun didn't know which boss was the unlucky one. Therefore, Yi Yun could only cast a wide net. If you don't see what you want at a stall, go to the next one immediately. Anyway, he had already seen the pictures of Qianhuan treasure countless times on the internet. Definitely won't miss it. Yi Yun's cursory performance immediately made the stall owners lose their patience. A poor guy just left after watching it, obviously he is not interested. People like this are just wasting their time. During the 3 full hours, Yi Yun saw a lot of ancient coins, but he didn't see any precious treasures. But he was not in a hurry. At noon, I ate at a food stall outside the antique city and then continued. Hey, little brother, you're here again. What's up? Are you crazy about getting rich? TSK, it looks like I'm just a beginner written on my forehead. Only these newbies would think of picking up a bargain. Look, what the hell can they see after looking for so long? It's idiots like this that waste so much of our saliva. If I could encounter fewer of them, my life would be so much easier every day. Har har, this kind of idiot is not without benefits. It can bring some popularity to our antique city, right? By noon, more and more people came to set up stalls. Some new stall owners lost interest in Yi Yun after hearing the introduction from others. All that was left was some ruthless ridicule. Many of their words were even said in front of Yi Yun. But Yi Yun was too lazy to respond. Aren't these ancient coins, precious treasures favored by heaven, attractive? However, several hours passed. The sun sets and the sky is filled with red clouds. In the evening, Yi Yun walked around the antique city several times, but he didn't see any trace of the Qianhuan treasure. Is this a rumor spread by the antique city? Standing at the door, Yi Yun fell into deep thought. It takes great luck to find a bargain. But think about it carefully, these antiques that even professionals can't tell the difference were bought by an outsider like you by chance. Then it was seen by another person who happened to know me and bought it. The probability of it happening is basically the same as winning the lottery. Could it be that the antique city deliberately released the news to attract more leaks to come and consume? It's entirely possible. Yi Yun thought carefully, thinking about all the details of his previous life. Then his eyes lit up. Oh, right, there was a rumor at the time that the guy found the bargain at night. And very few people know about the Qianhuan treasure. Even if the antique city wanted to forge it, it would be impossible to forge something that most people don't know about. Just at this moment, someone suddenly poked Yi Yun in the waist. Boss, I have some newly unearthed good stuff here, would you like to take a look? He looked rustic, about 40 or 50 years old, with calloused hands and a straw hat on his head. At first glance, you could tell he was a middle-aged farmer. Yi Yun looked at the middle-aged man. The other person looked around carefully, carrying a backpack, looking cautious and simple. Yi Yun could even smell a clear scent of earth from the other party. Little did they know that the merchants who saw this scene were all delighted. This old ghost guy is cheating the newbie again. That kid is stupid and wants to take advantage of the situation. He will definitely be tricked by the old ghost. That idiot deserves to be cheated. Old ghost looks like this and is as smart as a monkey. How can he suffer a loss? Chapter 12, Picking Up a Bargain. Lao Gui is quite famous in the antique city. His fame is built on deceiving xiaobai. They use all kinds of shibai products to specifically deceive those who want to get a bargain. Smelling of dirt and dressed simply, he portrayed himself as a prey. In fact, he is the real hunter. Yiyun naturally didn't know this. But the moment I saw the other person open his backpack, the eye-catching round ancient coin in the corner immediately made Yiyun's heart skip a beat. Although I can only see a corner and cannot see the whole picture. But this corner is as precious as a treasure from heaven, enough to make Yiyun tremble with excitement. Let's go and take a look. Yiyun suppressed his excitement and said calmly. When the old ghost saw Yiyun agreed, a hint of joy flashed in the depths of his eyes. He quickly took Yiyun to a corner, as if he was afraid that others would know. The old ghost looked around carefully, and after making sure that there was no one around, he unfolded the backpack on his shoulder, revealing the items inside. How much does this coin cost? Yiyun squatted down, picked up the ancient coin, played with it for a while, and asked. He has confirmed it. The rumors about the antique city in the previous life are true. The precious treasure from heaven really appeared, and was picked up by that gangster. Although I don't know how the old ghost in front of me got it. But it is indeed a treasure. Seeing Yiyun interested, the old ghost was immediately overjoyed. He had been observing Yiyun for a day and knew that this guy was an amateur and was obviously waiting to be tricked. This thing was passed down from my ancestors. If my wife hadn't been sick, I would never have been willing to sell this heirloom. The old ghost looked so heartbroken, worthy of an Oscar winner. In other words, Yiyun knew that the gangster in his previous life spent 5,000 yuan to buy it, otherwise he would have really thought that this was the old ghost's heirloom. Family heirloom. Yiyun moved his body. The old ghost was immediately delighted. This idiot was fooled. Heirlooms are so expensive. Looks like we can open the store and make a lot of money today. Should I go to the immortal world or become the emperor of Bath tonight? Lao Gui was already imagining the wonderful life that would follow. Damn. I'm going to kill this idiot today. I'll call 10 technicians. Forget it. Yiyun quickly put it down. I can't buy your heirloom. I don't want it. It was Lao Gui's turn to be confused. Grass. This guy is not the king of leeks, but a naive person. I have made it so clear. The point is that it's an heirloom, which means it's valuable. It's not a must-have treasure. Brother, please be kind. My wife is sick and I have 3 children in school. You should buy it for me. The old ghost told a moving and tear-jerking story with only one purpose, which was to make Yiyun buy the ancient coin. In fact, he bought them wholesale from a small wholesale market at 10 yuan each. The only difference was that he buried all the ancient coins in the soil for 2 months. All right. Yiyun patted the old ghost on the shoulder and said sincerely, Master, your life is too hard. Don't worry, I will take good care of the heirloom for you. You can always come to me to redeem it when you have money in the future. Only an idiot would ask you for redemption. The old ghost sneered, but 2 tears fell from his eyes, and he held Yiyun's hand. Young man, you are such a good man. Don't worry, I will redeem my heirloom when my wife recovers from her illness. How about 50,000 yuan? The treasure favored by heaven is worth 5 million. If you can buy it for 50,000, it will be a huge profit. However, Yiyun took out 2,000 yuan from his pocket. 2,000, okay? Master, you know that your coin is rusty, it must be fake. I can only give you 2,000 because of you. Asking for a high price and then paying a low price. In the antique city, the asking price is 300,000 and the bargaining price can be reduced to 700,000 for sale in batches. But the old ghost took the ancient coin and wiped away his tears. Little brother, you are a good person, but my wife's medical treatment costs 10,000 yuan. She also needs to be hospitalized and recuperate. Yiyun laughed dryly, not surprised. After all, according to rumors in the previous life, the gangster bought it for 5,000. Even if that guy doesn't understand anything, he definitely knows the basics of bargaining. Offering this price is just a test of the waters. After working hard for a long time, Yiyun finally spent 8,000 yuan to buy the Qianhuan treasure. The reason I spent so much was because I was afraid that it might be bought by that gangster from my previous life. Then there would be no place to cry. After paying, Lao Gui quickly packed up his stole and ran faster than a rabbit, as if he was afraid that Yi Yun would go back on his word. I have already set my eyes on 2 leeks today. Now that 1 leek has been harvested, it's time to find another one. Wow, so comfortable. On the other side, after Yi Yun and Lao Gui separated, they went to Chanbeoxuan in the antique city. As soon as you enter the door. Hello, I want to buy something from your store. At the same time, a middle-aged woman was looking at goods in the store. Aunt, why are we here? It's Grandpa's 60th birthday, you're not going to ask me to buy these things for him, are you? It would be fine if you bought a real one, but if you bring a fake one, won't it make Grandpa lose all his face? I think it's better to buy some wine. Grandpa loves to drink. Let's buy some Mao Tai that is 10 or 20 years old. He will definitely like it. A young woman next to the middle-aged woman said. Wen, you just don't know how to give gifts. The old man likes wine, but anyone can give that thing. The old man likes antiques, especially ancient coins, which he loves the most. So we can pick out a good ancient coin. Whether it's expensive or not is secondary. The most important thing is that it's rare. So, let's take a look at Chanbeoxuan and pick out a rare one as a gift for Dad. It will definitely make the old man happy. The beautiful middle-aged woman explained with a smile. But the girl named Wen was dismissive. Of course, she still agreed with what her aunt said. Otherwise, my aunt wouldn't be Grandpa's most favored daughter. In the family, only my aunt can call him old man. When the middle-aged beautiful woman saw Yi Yun out of the corner of her eye, she was slightly surprised. Aunt, what's wrong? The young woman asked curiously. The beautiful middle-aged woman didn't say anything, but just looked at Yi Yun and smiled. Brother Yi Yun, why is it you? We are really destined to be together. Chapter 13 No Middleman to Make a Profit. Yi Yun was stunned after seeing the appearance of the middle-aged beautiful woman, and smiled. Mr. Wang, it's you. What a coincidence. The person in front of me turned out to be my sister-in-law Li Menghan's client, Sister Wang. Wang Meiling walked to Yi Yun's side, staring at the ancient coins in Yi Yun's hand, frowning. Brother Yi, can you show me the copper coins in your hand? Are you talking about this? Yi Yun raised the precious treasure in his hand. That's right. Wang Meiling said solemnly. Yi Yun was in deep thought. If he remembered correctly, the gangster in his previous life was sold to Chanbeoxuan, not Wang Meiling. After thinking about it, Yi Yun handed it over. Okay, take a look. After Wang Meiling took the copper coin, she looked at it carefully and her brows furrowed deeper and deeper. In an instant, when Wen and the waiters at Chanbeoxuan all frowned, and one of the smart waiters even went up to call down the person in charge of Chanbeoxuan. Everyone was looking at Wang Meiling. Could it be that this copper coin is some kind of treasure? This young man seemed to know Wang Meiling. What is the origin? Aunt, what is the origin of this copper coin? Wen couldn't help but walk over and take a look. The copper coin was worn out and still had rust on it. Square hole round coin, the character tilts to the right, the last stroke is slightly short, the character is fat but not bloated, majestic and exciting, the character is written in a dragon-like and snake-like style, the horizontal stroke is particularly good, the character is slightly raised, the cover is long and powerful. A treasure favored by heaven, it is truly a treasure favored by heaven. After Wang Meiling looked at it carefully, she exclaimed. Yi Yun's face remained expressionless, but he was already thinking in his mind. Unexpectedly, Wang Meiling actually recognized this as a precious treasure from heaven. It is said that in the previous life, Chanbeoxuan bought the Qianhuan treasure for 1 million yuan and then sold it at a sky-high price of 5 million yuan. Could it be? Is Wang Meiling in front of me the victim? But such insight doesn't seem to be something an ordinary businessman can possess. Yi Yun couldn't help but smile. There is no need to worry about Wang Meiling's identity. But if I could sell it to her. Does this mean there are no middlemen making a profit from the price difference? Aunt, what is this heavenly treasure? Is it very rare? Wang came closer, very curious. Wang Meiling suddenly said excitedly. It is extremely rare. This precious treasure was made during the reign of Jin Shizong, the third emperor of the Jin dynasty. Since childhood, he studied Chinese classics and history with Han Fang, a Jinshi of the Liao dynasty. He often went to the Jogu Hall of the Royal Library to study the classics of the Central Plains. He implemented the Chen Huan New Deal, accelerated the feudalization of the Jin dynasty, and played a positive role in accepting Han culture. Among them, the most famous are the three types of coins minted by Jin Shizong imitating the Song dynasty: Chen Huan Chongbao, Chen Huan Yuanbao, and Chen Huan Tongbao. Each one is a rare ancient coin. Years ago, when the old man and I were looking at the atlas at home, he was very impressed by these three ancient coins. There are only 3 of these precious coins handed down from ancient times. They are among the 50 rare coins in ancient times and have a very high collection value. Upon hearing this, the person in charge of Chanbeoxuan and Wang Wenwen's faces changed. Of the 50 precious ancient coins, only 3 are still in existence. Any collectible with these words on it will be priced sky high. For a long time. Brother Yi, where did you get this thing from? Boss Wang, I just found this at a bargain price in the market. Do you believe it? Yi Yun smiled. Wang Meiling's face darkened and she exclaimed. Impossible. Then he shook his head slightly and muttered to himself. No, you can only get it by chance. I know where the 3 coins are. You can't get them. At this moment, she was already talking in her sleep. She didn't expect that she would come across the ancient coins that the old man had been thinking about so much. Auntie, stop sighing, how much does this thing cost? Wang Wenwen didn't know much about antiques, but she could tell from her aunt's words that Grandpa liked this ancient coin very much. Since Grandpa likes it, it's easy. Wang Meiling came back to her senses and played with the precious treasure in her hand. 2 years ago, I saw a precious treasure from heaven at an auction in Jinling. The price was for 0.1 million yuan. Considering that the coin is not as good as this one, and its investment value, I estimate the price will not be less than 5 million. 500 W. When this number came out, everyone present gasped. The person in charge of Chanbeoxuan almost popped his eyes out. Except for a few treasures in Chanbeoxuan, everything else is not as valuable as this small copper coin. And this was actually something that the young man in front of him got by chance. Oh shit. I don't have such good luck. In an instant, the person in charge's eyes turned red, and he wished he could eat Yi Yun and replace him. That's 500 W. Even in Jinling City, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, the high housing prices are unimaginable. But 5 million is enough to buy a house of your own in some not so good locations. Hey, I want this 5 million, okay. Wang Wenwen quickly spoke to Yi Yun. According to my aunt, this precious treasure is definitely the best gift for Grandpa to celebrate his birthday. As long as Grandpa likes it, 500 W or something is just a number. Wang Meiling on the side frowned slightly. If it were someone else, my niece would have said that. But she, who had come into contact with Yi Yun, could feel that there was a sense of pride deep in Yi Yun's heart. Yi Yun was not angry at the young woman's rudeness. He does have a sense of pride in his heart. But this kind of arrogance was not shown at this time. And would a lion get angry at the taunts of an ant? In his eyes, the young woman's rudeness was just like that of a child. Sell this copper coin to me, and I, Wang Wenwen, will owe you a favor. How about that? Wang Wenwen. Yi Yun was stunned. Why did this name sound so familiar? In an instant, a memory about Wang Wenwen was slowly pieced together in Yi Yun's mind. At the same time, Li Mengyao works in the advertising company. Bang! A stack of documents slammed heavily onto her desk. Manager Meng Hai roared angrily. Li Mengyao, do you still want to work here? You were asked to promote Qianqing Films, but now it's been snatched away by a rival company. You can't do your job well, but you still bring a child to work. Is this your attitude towards work? Before, Li Mengyao was well taken care of in the company. Of course, most of them are men. The reason? We are all thieves. After all, Li Mengyao is such a delicate beauty, and after giving birth to a child, she has the charm of a mature woman. In addition, everyone heard that Li Mengyao married a useless husband, which made these animals' adrenaline rush even more intense. As the immediate boss, Meng Hai had long regarded Li Mengyao as his exclusive lover. However, no matter what efforts he made or how he took care of her in work and life, Li Mengyao always kept a distance from him. Afterwards, she famously rejected his explicit confession. This made Meng Hai angry and he wanted to take advantage of the situation. Now I see Li Mengyao bringing her daughter to work, and the work is not completed. Other colleagues have already left work, so this is the best opportunity. No matter what, I have to take this mature woman down. Chapter 14, The Wang Family's Encounter. Manager Meng, we didn't win the promotion business of Tianqing Pictures. I heard that the person in charge of our competitor is the brother-in-law of a senior executive of Tianqing Pictures. Li Mengyao touched Coco's little head aggrievedly. Keek was playing outside the company just now. She came in to accompany me after other colleagues got off work. Manager Meng, there is no one to take care of the little girl at home. Bang! Meng Hai slammed his palm directly on the desk. The loud noise scared Coco so much that tears welled up in her eyes. Unfortunately, the little girl was strong and she gritted her teeth and didn't cry. I heard. I think it's just your excuse to shirk responsibility. Tianqing Pictures is able to accept the project through public bidding, so it must be fair and just. Our cushion advertising company is a big name in the industry, much better than other competitors. I was very optimistic about you, but you ruined this business for me. Li Mengyao, I'm giving you two options now. First, either you win the business of Tianqing Films for me within 3 days. Second, Meng Hai's face flashed with obscenity, and he reached out to touch Li Mengyao's face. Stay with me for one night, and you can do whatever you want with Cushion Advertising Company in the future. Bang! Li Mengyao immediately opened Meng Hai's hand, then picked up Coco next to her and walked out. You bitch, if you don't accept my toast, you'll be punished. Just wait till you pack up and leave. Meng Hai's voice behind him became smaller and smaller. The moment she walked out of the door, Li Mengyao's eyes were filled with tears. She felt she couldn't hold on any longer. A husband who was as incompetent as trash. Parents who wanted to sell their daughter for wealth and status. She tried every possible means to have a superior who had wild thoughts about her. And tasks that are simply impossible to complete. Why? God, why do you make your life so miserable? Living is really a torment. Mom, don't cry. If you cry, you won't be beautiful anymore. At this time, Yi Keek tried hard to wipe away Li Mengyao's tears with her little hands. Li Mengyao could no longer suppress her emotions and she hugged her daughter and cried bitterly. Coco. Even if it means everything that's left of my life, I won't let that devil Yian hurt my daughter in the slightest. Even if it means sacrificing one's own life. After venting her emotions, Li Mengyao prepared to go home with a tired body. When they arrived at the company's gate, the security guard sighed. Alas, people really can't be compared. Some people have to work overtime with their daughters even at this late hour. And some people spent 100,000 yuan to buy tickets just to watch the music festival. Li Mengyao's body stiffened. $100,000 for a ticket. He quickly turned around and said to the guard. Uncle Zhao, what did you just say about buying a ticket for 100,000 yuan? Isn't this the Jinling Music Festival? Yesterday, several fans were ripped off by scalpers. They spent 100,000 yuan to buy 8 tickets that were originally priced at 500 yuan each. This matter is now making a lot of noise on the internet. You say that children from wealthy families are different. They spent 100,000 yuan just to watch a concert. TSK. The security guard was old, so he started to talk a lot, and finally talked about the stars of the music festival. However, Li Mengyao could no longer listen to all this, and huge waves of emotion rose in her mind. This is the 100,000 yuan I made from selling scalped tickets. Here's $90,000, you and Coco go buy something. Mengyao, forgive me. The scenes from last night once again echoed in Li Mengyao's mind, causing huge waves. Without stopping any longer, Li Mengyao took Coco home. On the other side, Chenbeiaxuan. Memories of the past appeared in Yiyun's mind. When. Yiyun had no contact with this woman in his previous life, but that didn't stop him from knowing her name. After entering the entertainment industry, she immediately became famous for her natural princess-like temperament. Even though she has a beautiful appearance, she has never been involved in any scandals or dark history. Ultimately, it all comes down to the horrific family background behind him. A grandfather who spent his entire life in military service. The father of a business tycoon. She is also very popular and the leading actress of Tianqing Pictures. However, these are not the fundamental reasons why Yiyun remembers this woman. What really made Yiyun remember deeply were all the major events that happened to this woman. Because something happened to her. Of course, the incident does not mean being killed, but being defiled, and the video of the defilement went viral on the internet, commonly known as the 5 minutes of passion. In the video, Wen Wenwen was raped while she was unconscious. Moreover, the other party obviously intended to ruin her reputation, even though the power behind Wen Wenwen was huge. The video spread all over the internet immediately. It's impossible to stop it. At that time, this incident became an unsolved injustice. But the impact was absolutely huge, because it not only ruined Wang Wenwen's entertainment career. She even dragged her father into this. At the birthday party of the old man of the Wang family, the video of the little princess of the Wang family being gang raped went viral on the internet. This great humiliation caused Wang Wenwen's father to fly into a rage and do some outrageous things. First, the place where Wang Wenwen drank was flattened. This was such a big thing that netizens immediately dug deep into the Wang family. Then a lot of dark history appeared on the internet. There is an endless stream of scandals such as tax evasion, shoddy construction, etc. Just when the Wang family was overwhelmed by all kinds of rumors, a major event that shocked China occurred, which became the last straw that broke the camel's back for the Wang family. On the first day that the Wang family contracted to build the newly completed Cross River Bridge, the bridge deck collapsed, and more than a dozen cars fell directly to the bottom of the river, resulting in the deaths of more than a dozen people. At this point, the Wang family became the target of public criticism. The old man of the Wang family, a military lord, lost his integrity in his later years and was so angry that he vomited blood. Not long after, he passed away. Wang Wenwen's father was thrown into prison for multiple crimes, and Wang Wenwen herself turned from a pure and innocent girl into a lustful woman, becoming a slut that everyone hated. The family that originally had a bright future became a sinner. But the most regrettable thing is yet to come. The truth is revealed. Wang Wenwen herself was the real victim, having been drugged at a banquet. His father was even more miserable. The so-called tax evasion and shoddy work were all done by his subordinates who pretended to obey his orders but actually made profits. It was because of this operation that the bridge collapsed. As for the victims, it can only be said to be an accident. Unfortunately, the truth came out too late that day. The Wang family is finished. Thinking of this, Yiyun realized that Wang Wenwen in front of him was the granddaughter of that military lord. He would not be angry because of Wang Wenwen's attitude. Anyway, the other party is giving him wealth, and 5 million is enough for him to do a lot of things. Okay, this precious treasure was obtained by my luck, so 5 million is 5 million. Yiyun nodded. But he did not intend to remind Wang Wenwen of the crisis that would arise later. Let us not talk about whether you believe Wang Wenwen's princess-like temper or not. There are so many unlucky people in the world, and he is not a saint, so why should he bring unnecessary trouble to himself? No problem, give me an account and I'll give you the money now. She was naturally happy to be able to buy a satisfactory birthday gift for grandfather. At this time, Wang Meiling on the side suddenly said, "Wait a moment." Chapter 15, Digging a Hole for Yourself. "Aunt, what's wrong?" Wang Wenwen asked in confusion when she saw Wang Meiling speaking. Although 5 million is not a small amount, it is still a sum that both myself and my sister-in-law can easily come up with. It's definitely worth the money to be able to buy something that even grandpa will like. Why did my sister-in-law stop it? Brother Yi, we'll take the precious treasure, and I can give you the money now, but I have a small condition. Wang Meiling smiled, I want to have dinner with you later, okay. Wang Meiling was observing carefully from the side. Yiyun said that he got this precious treasure by chance, but let us not worry about whether it is true or not. During the whole process, Yiyun did not show any sign of surprise. There is no surprise after getting rich suddenly, nor is there the impulse to ask for a huge sum of money. Everything seemed calm. This made Wang Meiling feel strange. She knew Li Minghan's background clearly. As the former's brother-in-law, his conditions wouldn't be too bad, he's just an ordinary person. An ordinary person is so calm in the face of such huge wealth. She felt that Yiyun must be hiding something. In addition to the conversation with the other party yesterday, Yiyun had the kind of confidence that only those in a higher position have. This made Wang Meiling very interested in Yiyun. Forget it, there's no need to eat. I don't have my bank card with me, so I can't give you the card number. So, you take the things first, give me your cell phone number, and I'll send you the card number tomorrow. Yiyun thought for a moment and refused. He just thought of a question. How do I take this money? If the other party was given the bank card number of his home, that card would be bound to Li Mengyao's mobile phone number. Li Mengyao must have known about the 5 million. The ticket scalping issue was easy to explain, but a huge sum of 5 million suddenly appeared in the bank card. Yiyun couldn't explain it clearly at all. It would be better for me to apply for a bank card first, and then let Li Mengyao accept everything slowly. However, everyone present was filled with questions when they heard Yiyun's words. This guy must be a fool. It's something worth 5 million. Aren't you afraid that someone will take it and run away without claiming responsibility? In today's society, there are countless divorces due to division of 5 million yuan. Do you trust the buyer in front of you so much? Even Wang Meiling herself was confused. I have only met Yiyun once, do you believe that I will not be greedy for the 5 million? Faced with these doubts, Yiyun just smiled. Knowing the strength of the Wang family, he was confident that the other party would not embezzle his 5 million. Especially this is bought for the former military master. That old man is famous for not tolerating any grain of sand in his eyes. Aren't you afraid that we won't pay you? Wang Wenwen said in disbelief. You don't look like that. Yiyun said with a smile, of course, if you can take out 5 million in cash now, I don't mind you giving it to me now. You? Wang Wenwen was furious. Who would go out with 5 million in cash? But Yiyun said this, and she really wanted to embezzle the 5 million from Yiyun. But think about it. I really won't ruin my reputation because of 5 million. Snort. This foolish guy will be cheated sooner or later. Draw a circle and curse you. Aunt, who is this guy? He seems to know you. How do you know such a stupid person? On their way back, when Wen was playing with the precious treasure in her hand and said angrily. She was so angry just now that she wanted to pull Yiyun to get the money. Cash, right? I'll have someone prepare it right now and kill you. As a result, Yiyun refused to agree, saying that he had to hurry back to buy toys and cook. Especially when leaving, Yiyun asked her to withdraw 20,000 yuan first. This almost made Wang Wenwen angry to death. I have only met him once, but I can be sure of one thing. He should know that even if we offer a higher price, we will buy the treasure. Wang Meiling said. This guy still trusts us so much and doesn't bargain. Wang Wenwen said in confusion. From his expression, when he heard your name, his expression changed. Wang Meiling thought for a moment, I think he might know your identity. Could he be my fan? But that guy can't be, he didn't even ask for my autograph just now. Wang Wenwen was completely confused. I don't know either. Maybe he heard some gossip about you and knew that a big star like you would not embezzle his 5 million. Wang Meiling thought about it and could only come to this conclusion. But she had a feeling that this conclusion might be wrong. Humph. This guy is so mean, I'm going to teach him a lesson. Wang Wenwen rolled her eyes, grabbed Wang Meiling's arm and said coquettishly, Aunt, if this guy sends you the card number tomorrow, tell him to come to Tianqing Pictures headquarters to get it. Didn't he say that I could take out 5 million in cash, but he took it too? Tomorrow I'll have someone prepare for 0.98 million in cash, and then I'll see how he takes it. Nearly 5 million in cash, that's 5 suitcases. It is very difficult for ordinary people to take it away. Wang Meiling smiled bitterly. You little girl, okay, you just know how to act like a spoiled brat. But I have to remind you, don't even think about coveting other people's 5 million. If the old man knew, he would be furious. Don't worry, little aunt. Wang Wenwen was in a playful mood and assured, don't worry, I'm still grateful to him for selling the Qianwan treasure to me. When he arrives, I'll give him the cash. Yiyun didn't even realize that his joke had dug a hole for himself. 5 million in cash, considering his physical condition which is now exhausted by cigarettes and alcohol, it would be a bit troublesome for him to take it all at once. It was already past 7 o'clock when Yiyun came out of the antique city. He took the money and went to the toy city to buy 10 Winnie the Poohs. This was what he promised to buy for Yi Keek, so he would naturally not go back on his word. I have to say that Winnie the Pooh is really big, almost half the size of Yiyun. It's unrealistic for 10 of them to take a taxi back. Yiyun called a 7-seater van, asked the driver to wait for a while, bought some vegetables and rushed home. On their way, Yiyun felt a little excited. It's even more exciting than when Yao Ke Group went public in the previous life. Tomorrow. You can get 5 million. Meng Yao and Keek's life will be much better. I turned around and saw 10 Winnie the Poohs in different shapes and forms. Coco will be very happy when she sees these toys. Yiyun was foolishly happy. Inside the rental house, Li Mengyao looked at the 90,000 yuan still on the table. His face was gloomy and uncertain. I just checked online and the scalper tickets are real. She really didn't expect Yiyun to be able to earn 100,000 yuan. But what is the use of 100,000 yuan? It's not even enough to pay off Yiyun's gambling debt. I am facing a work crisis. If I can't negotiate the contract with Tianqing Pictures tomorrow, I will pack up and leave. What should Coco do at that time? Chapter 16. 3 years to go. There was a sound of brakes. Master, just put these toys at the door. Yes, that's all. Yiyun's voice came from the door. It's Dad. Yi Keek rushed over to open the door and said excitedly, "It must be Dad who bought my 10 toys." The little girl was still thinking about the teddy bear that Yiyun mentioned yesterday. When I opened the door, it was indeed Yiyun, and there were 10 Winnie the Poohs at the door. Snap. Yi Keek kissed Yiyun hard several times, and then happily carried the toys home by herself. Li Mingyao's face immediately turned cold when she saw these toys. Yiyun, where are you going to put all these things? Yes, you were lucky enough to make 100,000 yuan from the scalping tickets. Is that how you spend money? At this moment, Li Mingyao's disgust towards Yiyun increased a lot. Once I made money by chance, I thought about spending it recklessly. People like this don't deserve to live a good life. And with so many toys, in a rental apartment of only 30 square meters with 1 bedroom and 1 living room, there is no place to even put your feet. In the past few years, she has also thought about making her home more cozy and bought a lot of things. But every time Yiyun complained about the lack of space at home, he would not only throw things away, but also speak harshly to the mother and daughter and even beat and kick them. But at that time, Yiyun was very picky and lazy to death. He only tells Li Mengyao to clean up the house, but he himself acts like a boss and does nothing. Now that she has bought so many toys, Li Mengyao has almost imagined what Yiyun will say in the future. You don't know how to tidy up this messy house. Oh, I spent so much money on gifts for girls, and you don't even know to give me some money to play cards. It's you two who are losing money, otherwise I would have made a fortune long ago. Yiyun had said this countless times. Mengyao Yiyun, who used to be eloquent, suddenly didn't know what to say at this moment, like a silent gourd. I won't take your money. Take care of yourself and sign the divorce agreement in a month. Li Mengyao said coldly, pointing at the 90,000 yuan on the table. She would not take Yiyun's money, she would only feel disgusted. Li Mengyao sneered in her heart as she watched Yiyun help Coco move 10 toys into their house. Pretending, you want me to come back? Impossible. At this moment, Li Mengyao's cell phone rang. Hello, who is this? Li Mengyao answered. Excuse me, are you Ms. Li Mengyao? The person on the other end asked calmly. It's me, who are you? Li Mengyao had a bad feeling. Ms. Li, we are from the Jinling Chengnan police station. Your sister Li Menghan is currently in our station because of a gang-related incident. No one was seriously injured, but someone on the other side was injured. Can you come and discuss a private solution with the other party? If it cannot be resolved privately, we can only resort to civil litigation. It was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue, and Li Mengyao's brain exploded. What? Li Menghan gathered a crowd to cause trouble? Is the person still being detained in the police station? Li Mengyao looked pale and felt dizzy and almost fainted. If Li Menghan was sued and had a criminal record, then life is over. Ms. Li, are you listening? The person on the other end of the phone asked when he saw Li Menghan didn't speak. I'm listening. I'm listening. Wait a moment, I'll be there soon. Li Mengyao's voice was filled with tears. What's wrong? Yiyun asked after putting away the toys. Menghan had a conflict with someone and is now being detained at the Chengnan police station. Li Mengyao spoke subconsciously. She regretted it as soon as she said it. Why talk about this to a loser like Yiyun? It has nothing to do with you. Just take good care of Coco at home. I'll be back soon. After saying this, Li Mengyao didn't care what Yiyun thought. She went out, hailed a taxi, and went straight to the Chengnan police station. Yiyun originally wanted to go with Li Mengyao, but Li Mengyao was so anxious. And Coco is so young, of course she can't be left alone at home. After thinking about it, Yiyun picked up Coco and hailed a taxi. Coco stayed well behaved in Yiyundu's arms, not crying or making a fuss. Go to Chengnan police station, quickly, thank you. Yiyun was a little confused on the way. He knows his sister-in-law Li Menghan very well. Although the sister-in-law and brother-in-law wanted to kill Yiyun, the bastard, with a knife. Especially after Meng Yao and Keek got into trouble in their previous life, Li Menghan and Li Menghao, brother and sister, really came over with knives. If no one had stopped him, Yi Yun, who was already in despair, would have been chopped into mud. But Li Menghan only has this kind of hatred towards Yi Yun. It's not like that in real life. Moreover, even though they were his sister-in-law and brother-in-law in his previous life, Yi Yun himself hated them so much. But after being reborn, the resentment in his heart had long since disappeared. Instead, there was a feeling of guilt. After all, those two people's concern for Coco and Meng Yao couldn't be faked. In her previous life, Coco's tuition was basically paid by these two people. If there is a minor illness or something, these two people will be busy running around. Instead, I failed to fulfill my responsibilities as a father. Based on this, Yi Yun owes a huge favor to his sister-in-law and brother-in-law. 20 minutes later, the taxi stopped in front of the Chengnan police station. Yi Yun didn't see Li Mengyao. After walking in, he saw a policeman and asked, "Comrade police officer, did you see the woman who just came in?" "I am her husband. The Li Menghan you were talking about is my sister-in-law." The police were not going to tell Yi Yun originally. He just looked at Yi Yun and Coco in his arms, then pointed to a room and said, "The woman just entered the mediation room and is negotiating with the other party on how to resolve the matter." "Okay, thank you." After thanking the policeman, Yi Yun walked directly in that direction. Just entered the room. I'm sorry. I'm Li Menghan's sister. She's ignorant. I hope you adults can be magnanimous and let my sister go this time. Thank you." As soon as he entered the door, Yi Yun saw Li Mengyao crying and apologizing to the other party. "So servile that I can't wait to kneel down to the other party." Yi Yun's heart almost broke when he saw this scene. Li Mengyao also saw Yi Yun coming in, and especially when she saw Coco coming, she suddenly felt even more disgusted with Yi Yun. How can you bring a child to the police station? But at this moment, she had no time to blame Yi Yun. After all, if this matter is not resolved, Li Menghan's life will be ruined. A girl who has not yet married will have a criminal record. Anyone with a sound mind would not marry her. I'm sorry. If apologizing is useful, what do we need the police for? Are you still so magnanimous as to let Li Menghan go? Har har, I think you are dreaming. She eats my food and uses my things. I value her so much that I even promoted her. Now she smashed my nephew's head with a beer bottle. He is still lying in the hospital and hasn't woken up yet. There were 3 people on the other side, a middle-aged man with a beer belly, and a middle-aged couple next to him. The man with the beer belly roared. The woman behind also yelled, "Brother, why waste time talking to this woman? Do you think she is qualified to mediate? If Xiaoming doesn't wake up, I will send her to jail." For intentional injury, the minimum sentence is 3 years. Chapter 17, Die Together. Starting from 3 years. Is his nephew still not awake? Hearing this, Li Mengyao turned pale as paper, her legs went weak and she almost knelt down to the other party. She cried and sobbed. Please let my sister go. She is still young, only 26 years old. If she goes to jail for 3 years, her whole life will be over. I kneel down for you on behalf of my sister, please. Kneel down. You beat my son so hard that he was sent to the hospital, and is still not awake. Do you want me to use a beer bottle to break open your head so that you can also lie in the hospital and not wake up? The middle-aged woman said coldly. If this will allow you to forgive my sister, I will. Unexpectedly, Li Mengyao bowed quickly as if she had found a life-saving straw. The 3 people on the other side were also choked by Li Mengyao's words, and then the man with the beer belly said, "We don't do that." Li Mengyao felt desperate and wanted to kneel down and kowtow to the other party. Just as she was about to kneel down, a big warm hand supported her, and Coco's somewhat fearful voice came to her ears. "Mother, stop talking nonsense and tell me how much money you want. If you come to the mediation room, don't you want money?" Yi Yun supported Li Mengyao and said coldly. Li Mengyao couldn't see through this kind of thing, so how could he not see it? If the situation is really serious, can mediation solve it? The other party is standing here, isn't it just for money? Of course, since Li Menghan had already stabbed the other party, she should just pay the money. Yi Yun has nothing to do with you, and you brought Coco here. Are you still a father? Seeing Yi Yun talking, Li Mengyao suddenly became anxious. Doesn't she know that the other party wants money? But she was not stupid, and she knew from the tone of the other person's voice that he was the boss of Li Menghan's company. If a person like this speaks, will the number he says be small? That's right, Yi Yun now has 100,000 yuan, but this money is of little use. Yes. My parents should have some savings, but they are well known for favoring boys over girls. If this happened to Li Menghao, he might take the money. But Menghan, there is absolutely no way I would pay a penny. It was because of this that she wanted to kneel down to the other party. However, they were all destroyed by Yi Yun. Who are you? Do you have the right to speak? The man with the beer belly looked at Yi Yun with disdain. Li Menghan is my sister-in-law, do you think she has a share? Yi Yun responded sharply, then looked at Li Mengyao and said gently. Mengyao, even if you kneel down to them, do you think they will let Menghan go? Li Mengyao paused, not knowing what to say. Is it possible? Impossible. But she was still dreaming, hoping that the other party would be full of compassion. Mediation, doesn't it just require money? However, her job is about to be lost, and the only money in the family is Yi Yun's 100,000 yuan. It's simply impossible. Oh, so you are Li Menghan's useless brother-in-law. You are so arrogant. Can you come up with the money? Okay, I don't want to waste time talking to you. 1 million, if you can come up with it, I will admit that this matter is settled privately. I will put Li Menghan in jail if I pay even a penny less. The man with a beer belly said with disdain. In fact, they had already agreed on 1 million before coming to the mediation room. Li Menghan can't afford it, but the Li family still has a house. With the house and their savings combined, 1 million is almost their limit. 1 million. Hearing this number, Li Mengyao almost fainted. If it is more than 100,000, she can get 100,000 from Yi Yun, and borrow the rest from others, or use a credit card if that doesn't work. 1 million. Not to mention Li Mengyao, how many people can take out 1 million in cash at once? 1 million is 1 million, I'll give it to you before tomorrow night. However, without waiting for Li Mengyao to bargain, Yi Yun agreed immediately. Can you really come up with 1 million? The middle-aged woman asked doubtfully. You can sign the settlement agreement and state the terms now. You don't need a day or two to save any money. Even if I sell my house to compensate you, it's impossible to pay it back in such a short time. Yi Yun said calmly. His words also made the three people on the opposite side ponder. Yes, what Yi Yun said makes a lot of sense. Selling a house takes time, and it doesn't matter if it's just one day. Okay. We'll come again tomorrow night and wait for you to give us money. The middle-aged woman thought about it and agreed. Li Mengyao on the side was dumbfounded at this moment. So even after those three people left, she didn't react for a while. It was not until Yi Yun patted her shoulder and went to see Menghan together that she reacted. Bang! Li Mengyao slapped Yi Yun hard and roared with tears in her eyes. Yi Yun? Are you crazy? Why did you promise them 1 million? 1 million. That's 1 million. Do you know how much that is? How can we possibly afford it? If they don't see the money tomorrow night, they'll be even more angry, and this will ruin my sister's life. I get it, you hate me for wanting to divorce you, and that's why you want to destroy my sister. Yi Yun, Grandpa Yi, I beg you. If you want to hurt someone, just hurt me and leave my sister alone, okay? Li Mengyao burst into tears and was on the verge of collapse. She thought it through now. Yi Yun was taking revenge on me for divorcing her and wanted to destroy my sister. Devil, trash, extreme. Why did I marry such a bastard? It's not enough to ruin my life and my daughter's life. And he wants to harm his own sister. Li Mengyao has already thought about it. If this matter is not handled properly, my sister's life will be ruined. She and Yi Yun ignited the gas tank and died together. Everything was forced by Yi Yun. Her hysterical look scared Yi Keek and made her cry. Mom, Dad, stop arguing, woo woo woo. How could Li Mengyao hide her thoughts from Yi Yun? She patted Coco's shoulder first. Keek, don't cry, Keek, don't cry, Mom and Dad are not arguing. Then he explained to Li Mengyao. Mengyao, no matter what, Menghan is my sister-in-law. How could I be so cruel as to harm her for the rest of her life? Don't worry about the 1 million. I will definitely be able to solve it tomorrow night. Yi Yun was about to blurt out and tell Li Mengyao that Wen Wenwen owed him 5 million. But he also knew that 100,000 yuan was already too much for Li Mengyao to believe. Not to mention 5 million. Li Mengyao had a gloomy face. She didn't believe that Yiyun could solve a problem worth 1 million in one day. It should be said that Yiyun didn't believe a single word of his promise to her now. With this beast's selfish character. Even if I really have 1 million, my first choice is to use it for gambling, and my second choice is to pay it back to those loan sharks. After all, those people said that if Yiyun didn't pay back the money, they would take his life. Just at this moment, the police came in. The other party didn't get the money, and didn't sign the settlement agreement. You can't see Li Menghan yet. Let her stay here tonight. Well, you only have 1 day, so you better think about how to get 1 million. Chapter 18. Touch it if you want. There was no conversation along the way, and Yiyun returned to the rental house alone. But Li Mengyao refused to go with Yiyun no matter what, and picked up Coco and took another taxi. Yiyun now made her feel so sick that she wanted to vomit. Mom, please stop arguing with Dad, okay? Keek will be obedient and won't ask for toys anymore. Go to bed early because you have to go to work tomorrow. When she got home, Coco comforted her parents, saying that it was her fault that caused the quarrel. However, the child's words gave Li Mengyao an epiphany. Work? In an instant, she thought of how to get 1 million. The reason why Tianqing Film Company is unwilling to cooperate with their cushion advertising company. On the one hand, it is indeed because the person in charge of the competitor is the brother-in-law of a senior executive of Tianqing Pictures. The more important reason is that she offended a vice president of Tianqing Pictures. The vice president asked her to be his lover, otherwise, Cushion Advertising Company would not have been able to sign the contract. Now there are two paths before Li Mengyao. The first is to agree to be the vice president's lover. Second, marry Sun Yotsai. Both of these methods can raise 1 million. But when Li Mengyao thought of that pervert Sun Yotsai, she felt a chill down her spine. Thinking of this, Li Mengyao hugged her daughter tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. Why is my life so miserable? Mingming has always been a virgin. Yiyun is the first and only man in her life. But it's 1 million. Where does this 1 million come from? My sister has helped me so many times, for my sister. What's wrong with sacrificing your chastity? On the other side, Yiyun was lying on the sofa, thinking. He is not a kind person. Today, Mr. Ning was obviously asking for too much and trying to trick Li Mengyao. He admitted that he wanted to rescue Li Mengyao. However, it is not Yiyun's style to keep things quiet. He doesn't care who is right or wrong in the matter of Li Menghan cutting someone's head. As long as he does not violate the law, Yiyun is a person who helps his relatives instead of others. Of course my sister-in-law is close to me. Since we want him to spit out 1 million, he must pay at least 10 times the price. You're going to find out about that soon, right? You're the first-tier distributor of cosmetics, har har. Ning Dafu, just wait. Yiyun already had a general idea in his mind about how to make the other party pay the price. But now there is a problem. How to make the other party jump into that pit. Forget it. I'll think about it slowly after I get 1 million from when tomorrow. The next day, at the entrance of Tianqing Pictures, Li Mengyao, who hardly slept last night, looked quite haggard. A trace of struggle flashed across her face. As a traditional woman, supporting her husband and raising her children is the greatest happiness in her heart. But now, I am willing to be someone else's mistress, even if it's just a name. This made her feel that the education she had received over the years was insulted. What can I do? Married a useless husband. A life has been ruined. Would he still let his sister have a criminal record and ruin her life? Li Mengyao has already thought about it. She said she was the lover of the vice president of Tianqing Pictures, and went to rescue her sister immediately after getting the money. Then, before being defiled by the vice president of Tianqing Pictures. Just I together with Yiyun. It's all that rubbish's fault. He harmed himself. Enter Tianqing Films Company. Why is it you again? Vice President Zhao has already said that you will be blacklisted by our company and will not be allowed to come in. When the security guard saw Li Mengyao, his tone was very unfriendly. Please help me pass a message to Vice President Zhao and tell him that we can discuss his conditions. Li Mengyao looked dejected and said dejectedly. Conditions? The security guard froze when he heard Li Mengyao's words. There is obviously something fishy going on here. If you stop it now, something bad will happen later. If the vice president wants to kill me, isn't it just a matter of a word? After thinking this through, the security guard immediately called Vice President Zhao. Sure enough, Vice President Zhao told Li Mengyao to come in on the phone. As soon as Li Mengyao walked into the company, she saw the vice president of Tianqing Film Company coming down from the elevator. When he saw Li Mengyao, Zhao Haiyang's face smiled as bright as a chrysanthemum. Ms. Li, I didn't expect you to be willing to come and see me. Right? I'll just say you agree to my terms, and we can talk about business matters. Tianqing Pictures contracts are all big contracts, which will only benefit Kasin Advertising Company. I want to change my compensation. Li Mengyao said, biting her lip. What reward? Zhao Haiyang asked. In an instant, Zhao Haiyang felt his hormones bursting out. Looking at the mature woman with a curvy figure in front of him, his body had already reacted. Ever since he first met Li Mengyao, he has been a thief. I agree to your conditions, but I don't require you to sign a contract with us. Instead, you have to give me 1 million. Moreover, I want this money first. Li Mengyao took a deep breath and said this reward that made her extremely painful. When Zhao Haiyang heard this, his eyes flashed with evil. I didn't expect that the woman in front of me actually agreed. No problem, we can spend a wonderful night together tonight. Don't worry, I will take good care of you. I'm definitely better than your useless husband. Zhao Haiyang said excitedly in a low voice. When Zhao Haiyang thought about being able to enjoy her beauty soon, he found it difficult to suppress the anger in his heart. As for whether he will fulfill his promise after really eating Li Mengyao? Won't. If it is a contract, there is no problem in giving it to Li Mengyao. After all, the company pays for it, so it doesn't matter who does it. But 1 million. He. How could a broken-hearted woman be qualified to take 1 million from him? If it was worth 100,000 or 80,000 yuan, I would have given it. 1 million. Do you really think that Zhao Haiyang is a fool? You bitch, you think you are inlaid with gold. Of course, I agreed to enjoy it first. As for paying money first, Zhao Haiyang is not afraid. At worst, I can put on my pants and accuse Li Mengyao of seducing me, and then blackmail her. Thinking of this, Zhao Haiyang reached out and wanted to touch Li Mengyao's face. Li Mengyao wanted to hide, but her body froze in place, trembling slightly, with her fists clenched. After struggling for a while, he closed his eyes tightly. Forget it, let this beast touch me if he wants. Perhaps. My life is so miserable. I got the money to redeem my sister before she was defiled by the beast in front of me. I will die together with that bastard Yiyun. Just when Li Mengyao had accepted her fate. When Zhao Haiyang's hand was about to touch Li Mengyao's face, a figure suddenly came over and kicked Zhao Haiyang in the stomach. Arr! Zhao Haiyang screamed. Their whole person was kicked 1 meter away and lay on the ground for a long time without getting up. Vice President Zhao. Vice President Zhao. The security guards around immediately changed their expressions and ignored the sudden attack from their criminals. He quickly helped Zhao Haiyang up. Li Mengyao was stunned when she heard the noise. He opened his eyes and turned to look at the person who suddenly attacked him. His expression suddenly changed drastically. Then, a surge of anger rose from Li Mengyao's heart, and her face flushed. It's you? You're following me. Chapter 19, The Trick. That's right. The person who kicked was Yiyun. Now Li Mengyao's disgust towards Yiyun has reached its extreme. There is only one explanation for Yiyun's appearance at Tianqing Pictures. That means Yiyun is following me. In fact, in the past few years, Yiyun was suspicious and suspected that she was cheating on him, and had followed her countless times. He would beat her and kick her at will, causing her great trouble in her work. Now, he has come to Tianqing Pictures again. Cut off my sister's only way to survive. How can I not hate it? It was just a coincidence that I came here. Yiyun said bitterly. Do you think I will believe it? Li Mengyao said coldly. Who are you? Zhao Haiyang, who was helped up, looked at Yiyun angrily. But after all, it's in the company. He didn't dare to be too presumptuous before he figured out Yiyun's true identity. I'm her husband. Yiyun looked at Zhao Haiyang coldly, feeling furious. If we hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. Are you her good-for-nothing alcoholic husband? Zhao Haiyang immediately became furious. After all, she was the vice president of Confronting Pictures, and yet she was beaten by that good-for-nothing alcoholic husband. Fuck. What are you still standing there for? Catch this bastard and call the police. Zhao Haiyang was furious. I want him to go in. Yes, Mr. Zhao. Several security guards immediately approached Yi Yun. Before these security guards took action, Yi Yun stepped sideways and said coldly, Mr. Zhao, think carefully before calling the police. I just kicked you, so at most you will be detained for 7 days. I have a life of my own. When I get out, I will fight you to the death. One life for another, it's worth it. Yi Yun's ferocious look stunned the security guards on the spot. These people immediately looked at Zhao Haiyang. Zhao Haiyang was threatened by Yi Yun and suddenly hesitated. There are surveillance cameras in the company lobby. He just had lustful thoughts and wanted to flirt with Li Mengyao, which was unacceptable. And just like Yi Yun said, he was kicked and it was not even a minor injury. I don't think he'll be able to be locked up for 7 days. He'll probably be released after a good lecture. Then what? Am I, a guy in a suit and tie, really going to die together with this useless scum? But now so many people are watching. If I back down, where will the vice president's face be? Are you threatening me? Zhao Haiyang had just finished speaking. Yi Yun. A pleasant voice sounded, and Wen Wenwen walked down from the elevator. Just now Wen Wenwen heard the assistant reply that something happened downstairs. After all, he is the major shareholder and face of Confronting Pictures, so it is reasonable for him to come and take a look. Boss Wang. Boss Wang. When they saw Wen Wenwen, everyone present immediately greeted her. Zhao Haiyang's expression changed drastically on the spot. Even Li Mengyao was confused. That piece of trash, the first person Wen Wenwen called out was actually him. Do the two know each other? It's simply a fantasy. One is a bad guy, the other is a big star and the owner of an entertainment company. How could these two people have contact? Yi Yun, what's going on? Wen Wenwen walked to Yi Yun and asked. Although she was also unhappy with Yi Yun. But after all, the precious treasure was provided by Yi Yun, so I owed him a favor. Boss Wang, when I came in just now, I saw your company's CEO Zhao trying to flirt with my wife. Before he could do anything, I kicked him away. Look, Mr. Zhao is planning to call the police to arrest me. Yi Yun said lightly. Is that true? Wen Wenwen's expression suddenly changed, and she immediately looked at Zhao Haiyang, indicating that the latter should give her an explanation. Wen Wenwen debuted as a jade girl, and with a strong backer, what she hates most is unspoken rules. Moreover, such a scandal coming out of her own company would be a trouble for both her personally and the company. Mr. Wang, it's not like that. I. Zhao Haiyang's face changed drastically, not knowing how to explain. Yes or no? Wen Wenwen was very imposing. Yes. Zhao Haiyang bit his lip. Call the police. Wen Wenwen pointed at the dazed security guard and said, call the police and arrest Zhao Haiyang. I will also convene a board meeting and kick him out. Confronting Pictures doesn't need this kind of scum. Mr. Wang, I was wrong. Zhao Haiyang's face turned pale, but Wen Wenwen ignored him and said to everyone. I'm only saying this once. I won't let anyone off if they do anything that affects the company's reputation. Even if it costs 5 million or 10 million, I will send him in. Then he said to Yi Yun. Yi Yun, I'm sorry, there's a scumbag in the company, I made you laugh. He looked at Li Mengyao again and bowed. You must be Mrs. Yi. On behalf of Confronting Films, I sincerely apologize to you. Wen Wenwen was not surprised that Yi Yun brought his wife here. In her mind, the couple came together to get the 4.98 million. Li Mengyao finally reacted. Although she was determined to divorce Yi Yun, she was also reluctant to acknowledge her identity as Mrs. Yi. But family disgrace should not be made public. And at this moment, she was also surprised that such a big star like Wen Wenwen took the initiative to apologize. At the same time, Li Mengyao also felt a sense of self-blame. I was confused before and thought of becoming someone else's mistress. There is always a way out. I will always find a way to solve my sister's problem. If it doesn't work, call your brother and discuss it together. Li Mengyao felt relieved after putting down the burden in her heart. At the same time, she also felt that this was a good opportunity. Zhao Haiyang can make the final decision on the cooperation between Cushion Advertising Company and Confronting Pictures, let alone when in front of him. Mr. Wang, I'm an employee of Kasin Network Company. This time I'm planning to come here to undertake the promotion of your Qianqing Films event. Mr. Wang, I wonder if you can consider our Kasin Network Company. Our company's reputation in Jinling is obvious to all, and we are fully capable of signing a contract with Qianqing Pictures. Then, Li Mengyao talked about the cooperation between the two parties. Cushion Advertising Company? Didn't you sign the contract with you? Wang Wenwen was stunned. No one knew that Chen Kasin, the boss of Kasin Advertising Company, was her best friend. It is for this reason that she opened the headquarters of Qianqing Pictures in Jinling. The purpose is to support my best friend's platform. Wang Wenwen had already instructed that no matter what price Cushion Advertising Company offered, they should only sign with Cushion Advertising Company. Mr. Wang, there was an open tender a week ago. Our company was directly scored 0 in terms of qualifications, so the contract was won by our rival company. Li Mengyao said honestly. What? Wang Wenwen got angry. Because the old man's birthday was approaching, she had no time to deal with this matter. I guess my best friend's boss also thought that the matter was a done deal, so he just let it go. He probably didn't know about it and didn't tell me. Now that this situation has occurred, even a fool would know that there is something fishy going on. And what Li Mengyao said next almost made Wang Wenwen explode with anger. Chapter 20 I divorced this scumbag. Mr. Wang, there are rumors that the person in charge of our competitor's company is the brother-in-law of a senior executive of your company. You can go out and ask around to see how their business capabilities compare to our Cushion Advertising Company. And our price is not higher than the other parties. Li Mengyao said. Wang Wenwen's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Not only did he not choose Cushion Advertising Company which he had previously decided on, he chose his own company. Not only did they choose their competitor, but it was also because of nepotism. What is this for? Do you want to dethrone me, or do you think that Wang Wenwen is dead? It's outrageous. Zhao Haiyang, tell me who is behind this. Wang Wenwen looked at Zhao Haiyang with cold eyes, the anger in her heart could no longer be contained. She knew very well that Zhao Haiyang, a small shareholder, did not have such courage. Mr. Wang, I don't know anything about this matter. It must be someone below who made a mistake. Don't worry, Mr. Wang. We are party A and can terminate the contract with the other company at any time. Please give me another chance. Zhao Haiyang couldn't speak clearly. Just the cold sweat on his forehead and his flustered attitude. Even a fool can tell that there is something fishy going on here. It can be terminated at any time. Mr. Zhao is still very far-sighted and thinks of terminating the contract with the other party at any time. Yi Yun said casually. After hearing Yi Yun's words, Wang Wenwen's expression became even uglier, and she looked at Li Mengyao and said, Mrs. Yi, who did you discuss business with in the company before? What did they say at that time? After hearing what Wang Wenwen said, Zhao Haiyang's legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. Call. Li Mengyao took a deep breath and imitated Zhao Haiyang's tone. Li Mengyao, I'm telling you the truth. This project has already been decided. Even if Wang Wenwen wants to interfere, it's impossible. But there is still room for maneuver. If you become my mistress, I can help you tilde. Wang Wenwen can't even intervene. As soon as these words came out, Wang Wenwen was so angry that her pretty face turned purple. Shame. It's such a shame. It's your own company, and you can't even get involved. Moreover, he is using this as a threat and trying to take advantage of me? Okay. You actually said I have no right to interfere. I want to see if Wang Wenwen, am qualified. Notify everyone and have the company's legal department sue Zhao Haiyang for damaging the company's reputation. Also, check it for me. I want to find out who is so bold as to protect this bastard. Wang Wenwen pointed at the secretary next to her, her fingers trembling. But she still couldn't get rid of her anger. Said to the security guard who was already dumbfounded. What are you still standing there for? Throw this thing into the trash right now. I don't want to see this guy again before the police come. Yes, Mr. Wang. A group of people quickly followed Wang Wenwen's instructions. There is no way, no matter what the tricks are at the top of the company. But now Wang Wenwen is indeed the company's major shareholder and the company's money-making machine. Anyone who dares to offend her at this time will be kicked out. Boss Wang, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Li Mengyao, you bitch, I will kill you when I get out. When, you are just a vase. If you are not from the Wang family, who do you think you are? Zhao Haiyang screamed miserably, from begging for mercy at the beginning to hysteria at the end. This also made Wang Wenwen's face even uglier. It seems that there is a big problem in the company. It was not until Zhao Haiyang was thrown out of the company and waiting for the police to arrive that Wang Wenwen felt a little relieved. Then he apologized to Li Mengyao. Mrs. Yi, I'm sorry. There was a scumbag in my company. I will give Cushion an explanation for this matter. Mr. Wang, it's okay. Could you consider us an advertising company for your company's advertising promotion? After things got to this point, Li Mengyao no longer cared about the title of Mrs. Yi. If she can close this deal, not only can she keep her job, but she can also get tens of thousands of yuan in commission. We can also gather some money to make President Ning feel more at ease. No problem. Did you bring the contract? If not, a PDF will do. Print it out and I will sign it personally. Wang Wenwen said. I'll do it now. Li Mengyao excitedly sent a PDF document to the front desk via WeChat. The front desk printed it out directly, and Wang Wenwen signed her name on it without even looking at it, and then said to Li Mengyao. Mrs. Yi, you can take the contract to the marketing department to get it stamped now. Don't worry, no one will dare to stop you. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Li Mengyao was so moved that tears filled her eyes and she bowed to Wang Wenwen. He completely treated Yi Yun as an air person. She seemed to have forgotten that if it weren't for Yi Yun, it would be a question whether Wang Wenwen would listen to her. She was even sexually harassed by Zhao Haiyang. Of course, this is also because her image of Yi Yun as a waste has long been deeply rooted in her heart. Why would you think about these things? I just think that this is just Wang Wenwen's hatred of evil, and it has nothing to do with Yi Yun. Just as Li Mengyao was about to get on the elevator, she seemed to remember something and reminded him. Boss Wang, I'm going to divorce this scumbag. I'm not Mrs. Yi. You can call me Xiao Li from now on. And you seem to know him. Don't be fooled by this jerk. After saying that, Li Mengyao went straight upstairs. Yi Yun was left standing there, touching his nose with an embarrassed look on his face. Wang Wenwen's head was full of questions. Divorce? Waste? Scum? Cheat? What does this have to do with anything? But how could Wang Wenwen be deceived by Yi Yun? If I must lie, it would only be that precious treasure favored by heaven. But Wang Wenwen believed in her aunt's vision. Moreover, she said that if Yi Yun died, he only took 20,000 yuan from her, and she still had 4.98 million yuan in her hands. It's not a lie. As for trash, scum and so on. Wang Wenwen was even more confused. Although they had not met for a long time, he did not have a good impression of Yi Yun. But based on her aunt's introduction, Wang Wenwen felt that Yi Yun, although not excellent, was certainly not a scum or a waste. Yi Yun, is she your wife? Wang Wenwen had a very strange expression. It's a bit complicated, sorry to bother you, Mr. Wang. Yi Yun didn't want to explain too much, and said with a calm expression. Seeing Yi Yun's calm expression again, Wang Wenwen was so angry that she wanted to stomp her feet. Snort. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? The money is ready for you, come up and get it. Thinking of the trap she had set for Yi Yun, Wang Wenwen said cunningly. Har har, 5 million, I'll kill you, you bastard. Oh, Mr. Wang, wait a moment, I forgot something at the entrance of the company. Yi Yun nodded, then took out an object directly from the door and saw this thing. Wang Wenwen's face turned from purple to blue, and then from blue to black. The expression is quite wonderful. Chapter 21. My 1 million is not easy to take. Office. Wang Wenwen watched Yi Yun holding a large suitcase and calmly loading 5 million. His expression was as if he had eaten a dozen flies. This bastard. Where did you get such a big suitcase? Damn it. It's exactly 4.98 million. Thanks, Mr. Wang. I just saw a suitcase for sale on the road, so I bought one. After packing the money, Yi Yun looked at Wang Wenwen's deflated expression and said calmly. No need to thank me. This is a deal, a deal. Do you understand? Yi Yun's attitude made Wang Wenwen quite angry, and she emphasized. I'm happy because you were willing to help Mengyao out and sign the contract for her. Yi Yun said calmly. Wang Wenwen became serious and said earnestly. In that case, I should thank you. If this matter is exposed, it will cause considerable damage to the company's and my personal reputation. Yi Yun, let's put one thing aside. Even though you're a stingy and annoying guy, I, when, owe you a favor for the precious treasure. If you think you need my help, I, when, will not refuse. Yi Yun, who was originally planning to leave, heard this. Stop for a moment. After pondering for a moment, he asked. Boss Wang, do you have any dinner parties recently? Wen frowned slightly and said. I just returned to Jinling, and I did have quite a few dinner parties. What's going on? Nothing, I just want to tell Mr. Wang. You can't tell a person's heart from his face. You can't paint a tiger's skin from his bones. This woman is out there, so she should drink as little as possible. As a girl, it's better for you to go home and rest early. Yi Yun, who originally had no intention of interfering with Wang Wenwen's fate, finally said calmly. After all, although this girl has a foul mouth, she still remembers the conversation downstairs just now. Not a bad nature. Maybe it's just the character he developed from being spoiled since childhood. Of course, this is all Yi Yun did. As for whether Wang Wenwen would believe him, she changed her past life and filmed a video after being raped. That depends on Wang Wenwen's own choice. Yi Yun, what do you mean? Wang Wenwen frowned even deeper. The Wang family is wealthy and powerful, and Wang Wenwen is also a first-class beauty, known as the national goddess. There are many men who have impure thoughts about her. There have been quite a few dinner parties recently. But no one would have the courage to force herself on her. No way. It's nothing, I just feel that there is a black spot on your forehead, Mr. Wang, and you will have a big disaster in your life recently. Yi Yun said with a smile. You are playing tricks on me. Wang Wenwen pouted in anger, thinking that she was being fooled by Yi Yun. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Don't regret it when you get into trouble. Let's go. Pushing a large suitcase, Yi Yun walked away in a leisurely manner. Only Wang Wenwen was left there with a pout. She didn't believe Yi Yun's words at all. Wang Wenwen is a clean person and her family is very powerful. Which blind little jerk dares to touch her? And she is always accompanied by an assistant. All in all, this is the worst case scenario. If she was really drunk, her assistant would take her away or call for help. A peach blossom disaster. What a joke. When Yi Yun came out of Qianqing Pictures, Li Mengyao was waiting for him at the door. Mengyao. Yi Yun just opened his mouth, but Li Mengyao didn't bother to pay attention to him and said directly. Yi Yun, I'm warning you. Boss Wang is not like those shady people you met before. If you want to defraud her, you have to think about whether you can withstand her anger. The Wang family is said to be very powerful. If they want to kill you, it would be as easy as killing an ant. Not doing one's job properly, but instead taking the wrong path. That was the label that Li Mengyao gave to Yi Yun. She has always held on to one belief. A dog will never stop eating shit. And Yi Yun is that dog. Mengyao, are you concerned about me? Yi Yun Deng looked sullen, seemingly unable to hear the sarcasm in Li Mengyao's words, and leaned over to say. Get away from me. Li Mengyao said coldly, I care about you, but you think too much. I just don't want you to be killed before we get divorced, and then you will be known as a jinx. After the divorce, you can do whatever you want. If Yi Yun had said this, he would have probably lost his temper a long time ago. But now Yi Yun only feels endless guilt. Judging from his experiences in his previous life, Yi Yun knew it very well. Li Mengyao is a very traditional woman, with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. In his previous life, he even sacrificed his life to feed the tiger for his own sake. Humph, I don't have time to waste time talking to you. Li Mengyao continued, I'm going to find a way to beg Mr. Ning and the others to pay less and release my sister. I'll go over now. I guarantee Menghan will come out soon. Yi Yun smiled confidently. Yi Yun, will you die if you don't brag? Carrying such a suitcase, I think you are planning to run away. Li Mengyao didn't believe that Yi Yun could come up with 1 million to solve the problem now, so she just took the contract and left. She was going back to pick up Yi Keek now. When I came out in the morning, I left the cocoa with my neighbor. As for why Yi Yun was not allowed to lead? It's very simple, Li Mengyao was afraid that Yi Yun, that bastard, would starve Coco. In the past few years, Yi Yun has made Coco hungry countless times because of gambling. If the situation wasn't urgent last night, this kind of person would have been here. She won't even let Yian touch her. After separating from Li Mengyao, Yian first went to the bank and deposited all the 5 million he had received into the new card. Taking out 5 million in cash at one time surprised the bank teller a little. Of course, I was just slightly surprised. There are too many rich people in the city of Jinling. 5 million is not enough for a slightly more expensive house. After finishing all this, Yian notified Ning Dafu to go to the police station together to resolve Li Menghan's issue. As soon as we arrived at the police station, Ning Dafu and others were already there. When I found out that Yian had prepared 1 million in less than half a day, Ning Dafu and others' eyes turned green. It seems 1 million is still too low. I remembered now. It's the mental damage compensation, lost work wages, and nutrition expenses for Xiaoming of my family. Ning Dafu's younger brother's eyes sparkled. But he didn't finish his words. Yian said coldly. The mediation room is monitored by surveillance cameras. So I can sue you for blackmail. Then it won't be you who will sue Menghan, but I will want to sue you. 1 million is no small amount. That's all. I don't have a cent more. You also know that Li Mengyao is my wife, but she, Li Menghan, has nothing to do with me. These words immediately made Ning Dafu and others anxious. Ask yourself and put it into your own words. No matter what happens to my sister-in-law, I must never give her 1 million. If Yian regrets it, won't the cooked duck fly away? In the end, Ning Dafu and others obediently signed the mediation agreement. Before leaving, Yian looked at Ning Dafu and said indifferently, my 1 million is not so easy to take. You will pay 10 times the price. Chapter 22, Reality is even more ridiculous than TV dramas. Yian, you idiot, have you lost your mind? You can't do anything except say some harsh words. You've been drinking too much lately, and you haven't sobered up yet, right? You? A useless drunkard and gambler, are you worthy of making Big Brother pay 10 times the price? Ning Dafu's brother and sister-in-law laughed when they heard this, but he sneered at Yian's words. Although I don't know where Yian got the 1 million. But he doesn't care. As for threats or something. He. Yian didn't care about the ridicule from Ning Dafu's siblings. He remembered very clearly that there was a cosmetics brand in his previous life called Simber Cosmetics. At that time, Simber Cosmetics hired a big anchor to promote the products, and the marketing was very good, breaking major sales records at one point. The turnover even exceeded 20 million in one night. But in just 3 days, Simber Cosmetics fell from the altar. All the distributors who purchased Simber Cosmetics in large quantities suffered terrible losses, and some even lost their entire fortunes. First, a professional counterfeiter revealed that Simber Cosmetics were made with industrial flavors as raw materials. Later, news broke that some users were disfigured after using Simber Cosmetics. As soon as this news came out, not only were the anchors who were selling products at the time banned across the entire network, but the CEO of Simber Cosmetics was even thrown into jail because of this. This incident in the previous life dominated the hot search list for a long time. Yian will never forget this. He couldn't remember whether Ning Dafu's cosmetics company had escaped this disaster in the previous life. But this time, he had full confidence that the other party would not be able to escape this disaster. In that case, let's wait and see. Yian glanced at Ning Dafu and others and turned away. Ning Dafu chuckled and was too lazy to say anything harsh. In his eyes, Yian was a person at the bottom of society, and he was obviously just being stubborn. He had seen countless young people who had no idea of the immensity of heaven and earth and were incapable of bragging. Ning Dafu is still very happy now. Not only did he successfully kick Li Menghan out of the company, but he also forced the other party to pay 1 million in compensation. This kind of feeling of making the other person feel like a dumb person eating bitter herbs, unable to express their pain, is really satisfying. Menghan, are you okay? Are you injured anywhere? When Li Mengyao was notified by the police to rush to the police station, she saw Li Menghan, who looked a little haggard, and asked with concern. It's okay, sister, why are you here? Li Menghan asked in surprise. How dare you say that? Do you know how big of a disaster you've caused? Hitting someone on the head with a beer bottle, Menghan, if you have a criminal record, it will ruin your life. How can you get married in the future? Li Mengyao cried with tears in her eyes. At worst, I won't get married. It's good to live alone, Li Menghan said, holding her breath. Do you want to piss me off to death? My life is already ruined, and I can't let yours be ruined too. Don't you think about yourself, your parents, and Meng Hao? If they knew, how sad they would be. Li Mengyao looked very disappointed. Li Menghan was silent. After being locked up for a night, she knew that she must have gotten into a terrible disaster. But Li Mengyao was obviously not going to end it so simply, so she asked. Tell me, why did you hit someone? You are not usually like this, why are you so impulsive this time? That bastard Ning Xiaoming insulted you, saying that marrying a drunkard is worse than being his mistress. If no one had stopped me, I would not have split his head, but put more holes in his body. Li Menghan blurted out in excitement. But as soon as she said it, she regretted it. Sure enough, Li Mengyao's eyes suddenly became redder. It's not because I entrusted my trust to the wrong person. But I was moved by the deep sisterly love. Li Menghan, who was speechless for a moment, also saw Yi Yun beside him. His face suddenly darkened. Hostility, hatred. If looks could eat people, I'm afraid not even a trace of Yi Yun would be left. No matter what, Yi Yun is still the culprit of this incident. If this guy wasn't such a loser, how could my sister be humiliated, and why would I have to stab that loser Ning Xiaoming? What are you doing here? Don't think that you can change my mind about you just because you cheated Sister Wang out of a few $1,000s. Get out of here right now, or I'll kill you. Li Menghan glared at him angrily, as if he was seeing the murderer of his father. Li Menghan, what are you doing? You're a girl, but you keep talking about killing people all the time. Have you wasted all those years of studying? Or do you plan to stay in there for the rest of your life? Li Mengyao quickly stopped her sister, who was about to go crazy. The purpose of studying is to reason with people. There is no need to reason with such a beast. As long as you can give me a new lease on life, I will accept it even if I cannot get out in this lifetime. Facts have proved that when a woman gets crazy, she can say anything and doesn't care at all that there are police officers from the police station standing next to her. I heard you were taken to the detention center, so I came to see you. I'm glad you're okay. Yi Yun said bitterly, not angry because of Li Menghan's attitude. Look. Who wants you to look? Li Menghan retorted. Li Mengyao on the side couldn't help it and said through gritted teeth. Menghan, you really need him to get out this time. What? Could it be that this loser knows some important person? Li Menghan sneered. Mr. Ning offered 1 million. I don't know how he solved it, but he did settle it. Li Mengyao was also confused at this moment. Ning Dafu was so strong-willed last night that he refused to give up unless he got 1 million. But today he obediently signed the mediation agreement. As for Yi Yun taking out 1 million? How is that possible? Even if there really is money, I'm afraid this beast will spend it on the casino or buying alcohol. But now it is obviously too late to ask in detail. Wang Meiling helped to say hello. Yi Yun had already thought of an excuse. Wang Meiling was a big client of Ning Dafu, and Li Menghan also knew that Wang Meiling valued her very much, so the other party should believe it. As expected, Li Mengyao believed most of what was said as soon as it was spoken. But now she was even angrier. It was such a shame that I was saved by the man who had ruined my sister's life. But after staying in there all night last night, it is impossible to go in again. Li Menghan gritted her teeth, turned around and left angrily. When she walked to Yi Yun's side, she warned him. You are the culprit in this incident. You want me to accept your favor? I tell you, it's wishful thinking. Yi Yun, I'm warning you, you'd better sign the divorce agreement quickly, otherwise we will both be on the news. It's obvious that they were on the news together. One is the victim and the other is the murderer. Li Mengyao hurriedly chased after her to prevent her sister from doing anything stupid in her excitement. Yi Yun had a bitter look on his face and stood where he was without chasing after the two sisters. At this time, Li Menghan was like an active volcano that could be ignited at any time. Is she really your sister-in-law? The policeman next to him had a strange look on his face. Yeah. Yi Yun sighed. Alas, the policeman shook his head and then walked away. He almost understood what happened just now as he was standing nearby. Reality is indeed even more ridiculous than TV dramas. Chapter 23 Drugging. Night. The most luxurious Blue Moon bar in the south of Jinling. This place is famous, not because of the good environment of the bar, but because there are not many residents around, so you can have fun at night. In addition, it is close to the famous commercial district in the south of the city, with many wealthy people, so there are many handsome men and beautiful women coming here. Many men and women hope to come here at night to find their ideal prey. 10 o'clock at night. The bar was packed. To the sound of heavy metal DJ, men and women in the dance floor kept twisting their bodies. It's so lively. In a corner of the bar, a person wearing big sunglasses whose face could not be seen clearly, but judging from her figure, she was definitely a top beauty, was drinking alone. Next to her was a person who looked like an assistant, like her most loyal guard always by her side. "Excuse me, our lady wants to drink alone and doesn't want to be disturbed." Whenever some men who claim to be handsome want to approach this beautiful woman, they are always turned away by the assistant. Wen was obviously familiar with this scene. In fact, whenever she was not very happy, she would come to the bar alone to have a drink. What happened today made her very angry. The company itself didn't pay much attention, but those people dared to pretend to obey her but actually disobey her. This made Wen waver in her management skills. "Give me some face." At this time, a yellow-haired handsome guy came over and was stopped by the assistant. "Beautiful lady, let's have a drink together." There are too many things like this in bars for a persistent man. No matter how noble she pretended to be at the beginning, she was eventually won over by those good-looking guys. But Wen didn't even want to look at this kind of man. She came here simply to have a drink. Of course, she was just sitting there casually and drinking only 1 or 2 glasses each time. She wouldn't get drunk. However, she didn't realize that before the handsome yellow-haired guy left cursing, he secretly handed a pill to her assistant. Wen. Seeing the woman drinking in the corner wearing big sunglasses, Yiyun was a little curious. Why did that woman come here? That's right, Yiyun also came to the Blue Moon Bar. Because of Memory Simber, the top anchor of cosmetics, likes to come here to drink. If you want to cheat Ning Dafu, you naturally have to contact this anchor. Through this anchor, Ning Dafu was inadvertently given a surprise. So he came here to wait and see. But Yiyun didn't expect that he would meet Wen here. Just with an assistant. But after waiting for a long time, Yiyun didn't see the big anchor named Shan Ji from his previous life coming. On the other side, the assistant handed Wen another glass of wine. Wen suddenly remembered what Yiyun said in the office during the day. You can know a person's face but not his heart. Drink less. Peach blossom. Rest early. Could it be that the guy is really good at fortune telling? But the thought only flashed through her mind. Just a bitter smile. This is the 21st century. It's funny that I still believe in this kind of feudal superstition. Wen took a sip of the wine in the glass. The wine flowed down the throat to the lower abdomen. Suddenly, Wen felt a dizziness rising from her head, and it seemed as if there was a fire burning inside her body. Wen's heart beat faster and her face became redder. But cold sweat was already breaking out on her forehead. She is not stupid. I just had my second cocktail, how could I be drunk? The only explanation is that someone drugged him. And every time I drink a glass of wine, my assistant will check it. Who gave this medicine? Damn it. Wen wanted to ask for help, but except for being conscious, she couldn't move even a finger. Finished. At this moment, Wen felt like the sky was falling. The assistant and his accomplices were drugged. Bars are places where men and women mix together, which makes Wen think of all the negative news that appear in the news. Rape, pick up shit. Wen felt her scalp tingling and she wanted to resist. At this moment, the yellow-haired and Lushan's claws, full of masculine hormones, stretched out towards her. And I don't know where the assistant has gone. Finished. Wen was somewhat conscious, but she couldn't muster the strength to resist. Just when she was desperate, the yellow-haired man's hand stopped less than 5 centimeters away from her chest. At the same time, a familiar and calm voice sounded. This woman is not someone you can touch. Fuck, who the hell are you? You dare to meddle in my business? I'll kill you. Bang. Seeing that his good deed was being stopped, Huang Mao immediately threatened in a low voice. But before he could finish his words, the beer bottle next to him had already hit his head. Following the screams, people immediately gathered around to watch. It's okay, I fell down by myself. Huang Mao saw that his screams attracted countless people to watch, and he immediately defended himself. He didn't dare say that it was Yiyun who gave him the blame, otherwise if it got to the police, he wouldn't be able to hide the fact that he had drugged him. By then, with Wang Wenwen's identity, she will have to spend at least 10 or 8 years in prison. After saying this, he immediately ran away like a mouse. Ye Yun. Seeing the familiar man in front of her, Wang Wenwen felt like she was dreaming. Why is Ye Yun in the bar? I was saved by him? I told you to be careful. Ye Yun sighed, don't go out drinking late at night and don't trust others easily. Bars are a mixed bag of people, and it's not safe for a little girl like you. I see. Wang Wenwen said weakly that after what happened tonight, she didn't dare to come to the bar to drink again. Can you walk? If not, I'll take you home. I'll try. Bang. Wang Wenwen tried to stand up by herself, but she felt so dizzy that she couldn't do it. Alas. Ye Yun shook his head and smiled bitterly, I'll take you back. Thank you very much. Wang Wenwen was obviously a little hesitant, and her cheeks seemed to be burning. She had been brought up in a very strict family and had never had close contact with a man. Even during filming, the scenes were shot in a staggered manner or with a stand-in, but no director dared to say a word against it. But now there is no other way except asking Ye Yun to send it. Fine. Without saying a word, Ye Yun put Wang Wenwen's arm on his shoulder, put his right arm around her waist, and walked out of the bar. To be honest, Wang Wenwen has a very good figure. There is not a trace of fat on her waist. Maybe it is because of practicing yoga. Her waist is soft, boneless and very elastic. And just as Ye Yun was supporting Wang Wenwen, a faint scent, whether it was perfume or body odor, came into Ye Yun's nose through the air. Faced with such extreme temptation, even Ye Yun couldn't help but feel a little distracted. However, thinking of Li Mengyao and Coco, Ye Yun still suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart. I am a married man, so I would naturally not do such things that would take advantage of other men. However, as soon as he walked out of the bar, Ye Yun's expression changed. Da. 7 or 8 thugs, armed with weapons such as steel pipes, blocked the way of him and Wang Wenwen. The leader was the yellow-haired guy who had just been beaten up by Ye Yun. Chapter 20. For this is a great favor. Damn it, you are the one who dares to touch my grandpa's woman. You are really tired of living. You dared to chop grandpa's head off just now. If you know what's best for you, kneel down and kowtow to grandpa a few times before you get out of your pants. Maybe I'll let you go if I'm happy, otherwise. Oops. The sudden situation made Ye Yun's expression change slightly. If he was in the peak physical condition of his previous life, he would still be able to deal with 3 or 5 big men. But now this body has long been hollowed out by alcohol and sex, and the other party is holding a weapon. This is where it gets tricky. Put Wang Wenwen down. Ye Yun gave up the idea immediately. Wang Wenwen's fate in her previous life was extremely tragic. If he hadn't seen it, it would have been fine, but now that he had seen it, he naturally wouldn't ignore it. You can't win by fighting, so there is only one way. Help! Someone's killing me! Ye Yun roared with all his strength, and this time, everyone in the entire bar street heard it. Kill? Save? What's going on? Tell the boss to call the police. If someone dies in front of our door, can we still open the store? Countless heads popped up. Bars and nightclubs are in chaos, but they are still doing business. No one wants violence to happen in front of their store. Otherwise, even if it has nothing to do with you, when the police come, it will just be yellow mud stuck on your crotch, which is either shit or sure. Because Ye Yun's shouting was very loud, a lot of people gathered around. Many people took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Wang Mao's face suddenly turned dark. Now is the multimedia age, with so many people, anyone can shoot a video and upload it to Douyin. Gathering to cause trouble, fighting. It's bound to cause big trouble. Who's fighting? Wow, these guys are holding steel pipes in their hands. Go ahead, don't be a coward. I've called the police anyway. I hope to see a good show before the police arrive. Wang Mao didn't drink any alcohol, and he wouldn't do anything impulsive. Hearing the discussions around him, he immediately became scared. If you want to make a living these days, you have to use your brain. Those who don't have brains would have been in jail and were eating the government's food long ago. Just wait and see, kid. Finally, after saying some harsh words, Wang Mao ran away in disgrace before the matter got any bigger. However, he recognized Ye Yun's face. No matter what, I must kill this bastard if I get the chance. As for Yi Yun, he didn't want to be stared at like a monkey by so many people. He helped Wen Wenwen get a taxi and left. Why is it so hot? Holding the back seat, Yi Yun whispered and touched Wen Wenwen's forehead. I'm afraid it's over 40 degrees. Let's see their condition. Her face is like a peach blossom and her eyes are full of spring. This shouldn't be a fever, it might be an aphrodisiac. Yi Yun was stunned for a moment and sighed. Finally, I know why Wen Wenwen's reputation was ruined on the internet in her previous life. Wang's father was furious. A famous star with a youthful and beautiful image was fed aphrodisiac and filmed. Then it was played directly at the birthday party of Mr. Wang. Even a monkey would be furious, let alone the king's father. This made them so angry that they raised the Blue Moon bar, which led to a series of chain reactions. I asked Wang Mailing for the address. After all, she was the only common acquaintance between Yi Yun and Wen Wenwen. It's so hot. In the taxi, Wen Wenwen's voice was as soft as a mosquito or a fly. Her consciousness was a little fuzzy and she felt hot. It was even moving towards Yi Yun like an octopus. This made the driver feel embarrassed. Today's young people are so brave. Of course, Yi Yun would not take advantage of someone's misfortune. But he also felt a trace of evil fire surging in his body. In his previous life, after Li Mengyao left, he hadn't touched a woman for 40 years. Besides, Wen Wenwen is also a big star who often appears on the screen. Appearance, family background, figure, and reputation all have fatal appeal to men. Yi Yun almost used the willpower of a saint to overcome it. 1 hour later, Zijinshan Villa District. When the two got off the car, Wen Wenwen was already in disarray and hanging on Yi Yun's neck, refusing to get down. She even kept moving her head towards Yi Yun's face. There was no choice but Yi Yun bought 2 bottles of mineral water. Crash. The stimulation of cold water made Wen Wenwen sober up immediately. After sending Wen Wenwen to Wang Mailing, Yi Yun went home. The next morning, Wen Wenwen was embarrassed and awkward. There were some things she couldn't remember, but she vaguely remembered that she seemed to have met a gangster and was rescued by Yi Yun. Then, Wang Wenwen's face was as red as a monkey's butt. She seemed to remember that she kept leaning towards Yi Yun and hugged that guy and kissed him. Alas, Wen, you owe Yi Yun a great favor this time. Wang Mailing poured a glass of water in. I have investigated everything clearly. You can see for yourself what kind of assistant you chose. After saying that, he handed Wang Wenwen a stack of papers, on which were printed the WeChat chat records between the assistant and Wang Mao. It was clearly written in it. Baby, I haven't been intimate with you for 2 days, I can't wait to do that. Don't forget to put some drugs in Wang Wenwen's wine, and then I'll have sex with her and threaten that girl, and make her a money-making machine for both of us. Don't try to play tricks on me, or I'll send the video you took to your relatives and friends, and let everyone see how bold and unrestrained the famous agent was in bed. Don't worry, once we have money, we will live together and become a loving couple. Seeing this, Wen Wenwen felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. So the trusted assistant he found was actually a whore who was kissed by everyone? More importantly, they set their sights on her and made her their tool to make money? If it weren't for Yi Yun, the consequences would be unimaginable. The yellow-haired guy who did it is called Da Biao. He was your assistant's boyfriend when she was 20 years old. He was ignorant and took a lot of videos before. Then we lost contact. It was only after you became famous that you contacted her. Wang Mailing sighed and felt a little scared. My own niece actually encountered such danger. If this happens, Wang Wenwen's fiancé. Wen, tell me, what should we do? A murderous look flashed in Wang Mailing's eyes. Her family is a military family. Someone is trying to target her family. Do they really think that the Wang family is easy to mess with? Call. Wen Wenwen was shaking with anger, and after a long time she spoke with extremely suppressed anger. Find someone to take care of these 2 bastards, and then call the police. No matter what the cost, I want these 2 bitches to spend the rest of their lives in jail. Good. Sitting in Wang Mailing's mansion, Wen Wenwen was a little dazed and thought of Yi Yun's fortune-telling again. Yi Yun, can you really tell fortunes? She didn't believe this at first, but what happened last night explained everything. If it weren't for Yi Yun, I'm afraid I'm doomed. Wen Wenwen, the more I think about it, the more scared I become. Chapter 25 Intuition. Yi Yun also knew that Wen Wenwen must have been very frightened last night. I got up early and made breakfast for Li Mengyao and Coco. After they ate, I cleaned up and went out. Today, I have to settle the loan shark issue. First I went to the bank and withdrew 200,000 yuan in cash. As soon as Yiyun walked out of the bank door, his cell phone rang. It was Wang Meiling who called. I roughly understood it in my mind, probably because of what happened last night. Yiyun asked. Boss Wang, what's the matter? Mr. Yi, where are you? Wang Meiling asked friendlily. I just left the bank and was about to do something. Which bank? Wang Meiling continued to ask. Huaihai Road, Jinling Xianling District, what's going on? Yiyun said. It's nothing serious, I just want to thank you, Mr. Yi. Please wait a moment, I'll be there soon, very quickly. The sound of a car starting was immediately heard from the other end of the phone, and Wang Meiling seemed very anxious. Wang Meiling came over quickly, and about half an hour later, a domineering black Land Rover Range Rover stopped in front of him. Boss Wang, what's the matter with you being so anxious? The car window was rolled down. Mr. Yi, it's not convenient to talk here. Let's find a place to sit down and talk. Wang Meiling said. If you want to thank me for what happened last night, forget it. I have other things to do. Yiyun refused. He still has to push forward the Simber Cosmetics matter. He didn't meet the big anchor Shan Ji last night, so time is very tight. And if Yiyun remembered correctly, Simber Cosmetics would collapse in the next few days. Since I said that I would make Ning Dafu pay 10 times the price, I naturally have to do it. He planned to pay back the loan shark and continue to wait at the Blue Moon Bar. Mr. Yi, where are you going? I can take you there. We can talk in the car. Wang Meiling said hurriedly when she heard Yiyun's refusal. Yiyun glanced at the other person. He knew that if he didn't speak out today, Wang Meiling would probably follow him all the time. After thinking about it, I agreed, opened the passenger door and sat directly on it. After the Range Rover started again, Wang Meiling apologized. Mr. Yi, I apologize to you on behalf of Wenwen for preparing 5 million cash for you yesterday. The little girl is used to being willful, I hope you don't mind. She is shy and embarrassed to see you. I don't take it seriously. If you have something to say, just tell me directly. Yiyun really couldn't stand Wang Meiling's kindness. Although he did save Wang Wenwen once. But he is not the kind of person who would repay a favor. In other words, Yiyun doesn't need their help at the moment. Har, Mr. Yi, where are you planning to go? Wang Meiling touched her nose awkwardly and said with a laugh. Wang Yuan Finance Company on Dongcheng Road. Yiyun said. A financial company? It seems to be a company that specializes in money laundering, it seems. Wang Meiling was stunned when she heard Yiyun's words. That place is not a good place. Is Yiyun planning to go there to borrow usury? Didn't he just make 5 million from them? However, before Wang Meiling could finish speaking, Yiyun interrupted her. Boss Wang, I'm very busy. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Wang Meiling moved her body and then spoke seriously. Mr. Yi, you saved Wenwen yesterday. We are very grateful to you. I heard Wenwen tell me all the details. I'm very curious about one thing. How did you know that Wenwen's assistant would set her up? Wang Meiling cares about this very much. Although she knew very well that Yiyun could not be telling the truth, she could judge a lot of things from his expressions and actions. Wang Meiling is not a young virgin like Wang Wenwen. Because it all happened so coincidentally. Or even, could it be a game arranged by Yiyun himself? Wang Wenwen's identity is too sensitive, she can't help but pay attention. However, how could Wang Meiling have imagined that Yiyun in front of her was once a business tycoon with hundreds of billions of wealth? To put it in a more unpleasant way, Yiyun has walked across more bridges than she has walked roads. How could her little thoughts be hidden from Yiyun's eyes? Under Wang Meiling's oblique gaze, Yiyun said lightly. Is Mr. Wang always saying that I planned all this? I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. But I still hope that Mr. Yi can give me an explanation. Wang Meiling was stunned for a moment, then spoke, but the doubt in her words did not diminish. Yiyun smiled. I've said it before, Wang Wenwen's forehead is dark, and there's black energy in her palms. It feels like someone around her is going to betray her. Mr. Yi, don't you find this hard to believe? Wang Meiling said. If it weren't for Wang Wenwen's matter, Wang Meiling would only think that Yiyun was a young man with some abilities. At most, I just value it a little bit. However, what happened last night was so coincidental that it completely overturned Wang Meiling's perception. Of course, she didn't really doubt Yi-yun. After all, Yi-yun did not seek repayment for any favor, and Yi-yun also had family matters to attend to, so it was unlikely that he would have any improper thoughts about when. Just fortune-telling. It's the 21st century. Are you kidding? Then what kind of explanation do you want to hear? Your Wang family is rich and powerful. Am I asking for your wealth, or am I greedy for Wang Wenwen's beauty? Yi-yun teased. No, Mr. Yi, please don't misunderstand. No matter what, I am very grateful to Mr. Yi for what happened last night. Otherwise, not only Wen, but also our family would be implicated. Wang Mailing quickly began to explain. No matter what, Yi-yun is Wang Wenwen's savior. It's really rude to ask like this. Then he seemed to feel that it was not enough and emphasized, Mr. Yi, is there anything I can help you with? However, just as Wang Mailing finished speaking, her cell phone suddenly rang. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. I need to take a call. Zimber Cosmetics? Oh, their perfumes are really good, they have third-party testing agencies, and the market prospects are good. Okay, you go ahead and do the shopping, and I'll sign when we get back. Soon, Wang Mailing hung up the phone. However, Yi-yun on the side was stunned. Zimber Cosmetics? It is really true that after searching for a long time, you can finally find it without any effort. Mr. Wang, are you planning to cooperate with Zimber Cosmetics? Yes, Mr. Yi, is there any problem? Wang Mailing asked puzzledly. She couldn't understand why Yi-yun seemed indifferent before, but now he was so concerned about Zimber Cosmetics. If I say that within a week, anyone who touches Zimber Cosmetics will be unlucky, do you believe it? Yi-yun smiled. 1 week. How is that possible? Zimber Cosmetics has already signed a contract with top anchor Shan Ji to promote it. The market prospects are very good. Wang Mailing blurted out without thinking. The cosmetic models I purchase all have very good market sales. And she herself also knows that Zimber Cosmetics are indeed excellent. I'm just reminding you. If you believe me, don't buy Zimber Cosmetics. If you must ask for the reason, I can only answer you with 2 words. Speaking of this, Yi-yun looked at Wang Mailing teasingly and smiled. Intuition. Chapter 26 New Mistress. Straight, intuitive. The corner of Wang Mailing's mouth twitched. This is even more ridiculous than fortune-telling. How can fortune-telling be considered theology? Intuition can even be considered metaphysics. Asshole. Wang Mailing gritted her teeth. If she wasn't driving, she would have gone up and given Yi-yun a combination of punches. Arrive. At this time, Yi-yun suddenly said. Only then did Wang Mailing realize that Guan Yuan Finance Company was right on the roadside ahead. After parking the car in front of Guan Yuan Finance Company, Wang Mailing was not in a hurry to leave. Speaking of Guan Yuan Financial Company. Anyone who has stayed in Jinling for a long time knows this. This is a loan shark gang that uses the name of a financial company but specializes in lending money. Things like 9 out of 13 and naked loans are child's play. The interest on the money lent out by Guan Yuan Financial Company is calculated on a daily basis, and the interest is compounded. There is a saying among the people of Jinling, if you borrow 3 cents from Guan Yuan, you will become the god of wealth in just 1 year. What this means is that if you borrow 3 cents from Guan Yuan, you will have to sell and pawn the god of wealth to pay it back in a year. This is what I mean by the high interest rates in Guan Yuan Finance. Every year, there are countless people whose families are broken up and whose wives and children are separated because of Guan Yuan Finance. Even so, there are still countless people who are addicted to drugs or gambling and jump into this fire pit. The fundamental reason is that Guan Yuan Finance has no lending threshold. Even if you don't have a car or a house, as long as you have a wife or even a kidney, they are willing to lend you money. Of course, the interest rate is even more terrifying. For example, the 150,000 yuan that Yi-yun owed. In fact, the total amount of money borrowed was 60,000 yuan. After only 1 month, the number had increased to 150,000. In theory, a loan with an annual interest rate exceeding 36% can be disallowed. But these guys are lawless and have someone backing them up. What about sending nude photos, going to their door to collect debts, and throwing melodramatic? There is nothing they can't do, except what you can't think of. Simply put, they are the worst of the worst. Anyway, whenever Wang Mailing heard about Guan Yuan Finance, she felt it was unlucky. I don't know what Yi-yun is doing here. Looking at Yi-yun's back as he got off the car, Wang Meiling hesitated for a moment and followed Yi Yun in. She didn't want to know why Yi Yun came here. But she wanted to figure out why Yi Yun said that Simber Cosmetics would bring bad luck to anyone who touched them. At this moment, all she was thinking about was the specific information about Simber Cosmetics sent to her by her employees. However, after thinking for a long time, Wang Meiling still shook her head. Jinling Health License, Jinling Authoritative Certification. Simber Cosmetics has all third-party safety test reports. And the co-host we found, Shan Ji, is also a top host on the short video app. How could a brand that everyone is optimistic about collapse within a week? What a joke! They spent so much money on publicity, how could it start well but end badly? Oh, the college student knows to come and pay back the money. Why, have you found a new mistress? Hey, this mistress is pretty good, where did you find her? Beautiful lady, do you have any sisters or anything? College students and I are good brothers, we have great bodies, and I will definitely make them feel comfortable. As soon as the two entered Guan Yuan Finance Company, a bold man's eyes lit up when he saw Wang Meiling and he teased her. This bold guy is the head of Guan Yuan Finance, and his nickname is Baldy. A cold light flashed in Wang Meiling's eyes. With her status, this was the first time someone dared to tease her like this. He looked at Yi Yun next to him again, but he was not angry. I don't know what he was thinking. On the other side, when Yi Yun saw the bold man, a cold light also appeared in the depths of his pupils. It is only natural to pay back debts. He will not lose any of the money, including the principal and interest. But at the same time, he must get back everything that is owed to him. In her previous life, it was because of the coercion of these loan sharks that Li Mengyao had to marry a wealthy businessman for their sake and then pay off her debts. The rich businessman abused his wife and daughter endlessly. In the end, Li Mengyao took rat poison with Coco and the rich businessman. It was not until the moment Li Mengyao died that Yi Yun knew the truth. Of course, Yi Yun himself bears the greatest responsibility for all this, but the remaining wealthy businessman and this group of scum are equally responsible. Even if he was reborn, Yi Yun was sure that he could avoid all these tragedies from happening. But he must vent the anger in his heart. Brother Bold, you are joking. Didn't I send the money to you? Yi Yun patted the black bag in his hand, then threw it on the table and said coldly. The bold man didn't even look at the bag. He used to value money more than his life, but now it seemed as if he didn't see it. He walked up, put his hand on Yi Yun's shoulder, and handed him a cigarette with a smiling face. There's no rush to pay back the money, let's have some Chinese food first. Speaking of which, I admire you cultured people. You managed to collect the money in such a short time and even found a new lover. Got rich? Why don't you give me some pointers on how to get rich, bold brother? The reason why I say this. It was because the news that someone found a rare treasure in the antique city and sold it for 5 million had spread. It just so happened that the old ghost who was selling goods to Yi Yun in the antique city at that time cheated another person, who was the bold man's subordinate. As a result, when the old ghost found out, he was so angry that he vomited blood. Similarly, the gangster also knew that Yi Yun had got a bargain of 5 million. That is too much. The bold man is not in a hurry to ask Yi Yun for money now, so he can get more by compounding the interest. Of course, bold men have to follow the rules when doing business. Now that Yi Yun is here, the account must be settled. Yes. Yi Yun nodded. What? Buy lottery tickets. Yi Yun smiled wryly. Are you kidding me? The bold man's face suddenly darkened. What else? I came here today to pay back the money, not to chat with you. Yi Yun pointed to the black bag on the table. The money is all here, count it yourself. Okay, then let's settle the accounts. The 150,000 was due 4 days ago. The interest for these 4 days must also be calculated, okay. The bold man pretended to think for a while, then stretched out 2 fingers and looked at Yi Yun. One price, 200,000 including principal and interest. Give me 200,000 and we'll be even. I've known for a long time that you have a bad heart. Open it and see how much is in the bag yourself. Yi Yun sneered. He was very clear about the behavior of this group of people, and he also knew what this guy was planning. The bold man obviously didn't expect Yi Yun to be so well prepared. He hooked his finger and someone behind him immediately came forward to check the number. Bold brother, 200,000 is right. The bold man glanced at Yi Yun. Well done, college student. It seems like you have really turned things around this time. You even found such a beautiful girl. You said that your status is different now. Do you want to go somewhere that suits your status? That place is much more impressive than the places you've been to before. A girl like me would be nothing more than an ordinary person there. You've seen God of Gamblers, right? I'm not exaggerating, the scenes there are no smaller than those in the movies. Originally Yi-yun was planning to leave. However, when he heard the bald man's words, he stopped. This really reminded him of something. Chapter 27. His career is the price. Jinling is mainly divided into 5 major areas: East, West, North, South and Center. The central area is called CBD, and its scientific name is Central Business District. It refers to the area where major business activities are carried out in a country or city. It is also the most prosperous area in Jinling. Yi-yun and others live in the south of the city. To the east of Jinling City, there are many mountains and lakes. It seemed that in the previous life, for years later, a major event happened in the east of Jinling City. That is, the police cracked a major case and a huge underground casino was closed down. The scale of prostitution, gambling and drugs involved was staggering, and all the backers and bosses behind them were uprooted. When the news first came out, the entire Jinling City was filled with jubilation. Countless people cried for joy, which also shows how domineering these people are in their daily lives. It is said that when the case was being investigated, there were too many women with tragic experiences, including coerced female college students and seduced minors. It's absolutely insane. Those scumbags used various excuses to make these young girls bear huge debts, and then used their bodies to pay off the debts. Forcing women of good character into prostitution is outrageous. And this den is the boss of all the loan shark companies in Jinling. It is called the Immortal World. After all, it was destroyed 4 years later, and Yi-yun still thought that this hideout had not appeared yet. But now that the bald man said this, Yi-yun knew. The Fairyland is now complete. Is there such a place? Yi-yun immediately pretended to be excited. He is not a saint, but he doesn't want to see more people having the same experience as him. He deeply understands the pain of being separated from his wife and children, or even being separated from his loved ones forever. The immortal world must be destroyed. Of course, but ordinary people can't enter that place. The bald man leaned close to Yi-yun's ear. When you get there, you have to say the code to get in. Where? Yi-yun seemed impatient. East of Jinling City, there is a fairyland on Earth. After 7 o'clock in the evening, when you arrive at the guard, just tell him, "Bold brother told me that the sky of Jinling must still belong to us." Then someone will take you to the lake. When you get there, someone will ask you for the password. Just reply that the scenery on the boat is good. The bald man whispered. Thank you, bold brother. Yi-yun was extremely grateful. Har har har, we are all brothers. Just don't forget me, bold brother, when you win money. Of course. Yi-yun laughed out loud. Just after Yi-yun and Wang Meiling left, bold brother immediately took out his phone to notify them. Then he looked at the direction where Yi-yun disappeared and sneered. 5 million. Do you really think you're that important? When you get to the immortal world, even if it's 50 million, I'll make you cough it all up. Yi-yun, if you want to blame someone, blame your own wife for being so pretty that boss son took a fancy to her. You are not lucky enough to enjoy her. At this time, the younger brother next to him interrupted. But bold brother, the boss has instructed that unless someone is absolutely trustworthy, we must not bring him to the immortal realm. Will it cause trouble if we introduce Yi-yun to them? Bang! However, before the young man could finish his words, he felt a slap on his forehead. Damn, what kind of trouble can it cause? Don't you know who our boss is? Or do you think this kind of loser can cause any trouble? It's not that I look down on him, even if he runs out and calls the police now, I guarantee that the police won't be able to find anything. When the bold man thought of the arrangements in the immortal world, a smile appeared on his face. It's not that no one has reported on Xinjiang Renjian. But no matter how you report it or how the police investigate, there is no way to solve it. Because. Thinking of this, the bold man laughed out loud. It was as if the wonderful arrangement was all his work. Of course, the younger brother next to him didn't dare to interrupt. But he also remembered how shocked he was when he first went to the online world. That place is an impregnable fortress. The higher the virtue, the higher the devil. Even if Ian wanted to report it, there was no way anything could go wrong. Are you really going to the immortal world? After leaving Guan Yu in finance, Wang Meiling hesitated for a long time but finally persuaded. Don't blame me for not reminding you, over there. You mean to say that the police have started investigating there, but they raided it several times but nothing came of it? Yi Yun interrupted. Wang Meiling was suddenly horrified. Yi Yun. He actually knew this news. How is that possible? No more than a handful of people in Jinling knew about this news. I was able to know this because I happened to find out when the old man was talking on the phone with a student. But how could Yi Yun know? How could he? How are you? Intuition. Yi Yun showed a mouthful of white teeth, so white that they sparkled. Intuition. Fuck your intuition. At this moment, Wang Meiling clenched her teeth and wanted to go up and pry Yi Yun's mouth open. But when she calmed down a little, she felt cold all over. It seems that there is no other explanation except intuition. Yi Yun couldn't have heard this news from anywhere. Okay, stop thinking about it. I actually need your help. Yi Yun woke up Wang Meiling, who was still in a daze. Oh, okay, go ahead. Whether you are right or wrong about purchasing Simber Cosmetics, I hope you can let Ning Dafu's company purchase 5 million worth of Simber Cosmetics. Yi Yun said. Now that we have Wang Meiling as a way, there is no need to go far away to look for that top anchor Shan Ji. Why? Wang Meiling asked subconsciously, and then immediately said angrily, don't tell me about intuition anymore, I don't believe it. It's not intuition this time. Yi Yun smiled. Ning Dafu cheated me of 1 million, and I said I would make him pay more than 10 times the price. His career is the price. Okay, no need to send me off, I'll go back by myself. After saying that, Yi Yun took a taxi and went home first, leaving Wang Meiling there, stamping her feet in anger. Back in the office, Wang Meiling thought for a long time and finally called her assistant. I've thought about it. Let's not have any contact with Simber Cosmetics recently. Also, find a way to get Ning Dafu's company to buy Simber Cosmetics worth more than 5 million. Thinking of Yi Yun's mature look, Wang Meiling decided not to take this risk. If it was just a matter of losing money, she wouldn't be afraid. But Yi Yun's last sentence really made him back off. His career is the price. That explains a lot. When the assistant heard Wang Meiling's words, he tilted his head. What's going on? Did my boss get kicked in the head by a donkey? Now everyone knows that Simber Cosmetics is a hot commodity in the market, and it is profitable to cooperate with it. Although his family is large and powerful, he does not care too much about the profit of Simber Cosmetics. But no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Also, introduce business to one of our suppliers. What is this? Push the money to others to make. But you are the boss, you have the final say. However, what made the assistant even more speechless was yet to come. Chapter 28, The Gold Swilling Cave. Have you found out about Yi Yun's situation? Why did he appear at the Blue Moon Bar? Mr. Wang, we have checked it out and we are sure that he has nothing to do with what happened to Miss Wen Wen last night. As for his going to Blue Moon, there is no motive for this. He might have just gone there to drink. The assistant replied honestly. She couldn't figure out why Wang Meiling was so interested in a scumbag. Yes, scumbag. In the eyes of the assistant, a person who is good at eating, drinking, whoring and gambling is at the bottom of society. Such a person should not have any intersection with Wang Meiling. Of course, even though there are too many puzzles in my heart. The assistant still didn't ask. A good assistant naturally knows what to know and what not to know. On the other side, in the eastern part of Jinling City, there is the immortal world. In his previous life, Yi Yun had only read reports on the police destroying the Xianshan Renjian on the internet and knew nothing about the details. It is announced to the public that Xianshan Renjian is a holiday villa. But a place like this where people are persecuted. Yi Yun must be destroyed. Otherwise, the longer time goes on, the more countless people will lose their families. Brother Boldhead told me that the sky of Jinling must still belong to us. As soon as he entered the gate, Yi Yun said to the guard with a smile. Yi Yun was not sure whether this was the only code for contact, but it was obvious that the bald man had the authority to introduce new guests. Xiao Li, take someone to the lake in the garden. When the guard heard that Yi Yun was introduced by the bald man, his expression immediately changed and he said with a smile. As the person in charge at the door of Xianshan Renjian, he naturally knew the bald man's status next to the boss. Some difficult problems that the boss was reluctant to solve were all solved secretly by Baldy. It can be said that he is the boss's right-hand man. And generally speaking, those who are introduced by bold men have the word "Kaisi" written on their foreheads. Soon, a sightseeing bus drove over. After Yi-yun got on the bus, the driver drove directly to the lake in the garden. Along the way, Yi-yun found that there were cameras everywhere. After arriving at the lake in the garden, a young man immediately came up and asked, "Brother, what's the password? The scenery on the boat is beautiful." Yi-yun skillfully gave the answer that Feng Marnyo didn't want to give. The next second, the younger brother glanced at Yi-yun, took out the walkie-talkie and said something. About 5 minutes later, a small boat emerged from the dark lake. "Boss, please get on board." 2 younger brothers appeared on the boat, and under their guidance, Yi-yun finally boarded a luxury yacht. The yacht has 5 floors in total, and Yi-yun entered the first floor, the lobby. Step into it. It's like entering the movie world of God of Gamblers. Slots, baccarat, Texas Hold'em. All kinds of casino facilities are available. The place was filled with rowdy guests, cigar smoke, and chaotic noise. One after another, seductive women dressed in revealing bunny girl costumes were walking around. A few customers who had made money were not stingy with their generosity and took out their chips and put them into the girls' collars. Of course, don't forget to take advantage of the situation a little bit. Faced with these guests, the bunny girls were not repulsive and even deliberately showed off their physical charm. No one would have thought that in Jinling's famous holiday villa, there is such a paradise in the center of the lake. Even Yi-yun himself had to admit it. If he had not controlled a business empire in his previous life, he would have suffered countless temptations. I'm afraid I would also plunge into the den of gold in front of me without a care in the world. But Yi-yun keenly noticed that there were several young men around who were maintaining order at the scene. They were dressed in black suits and wore headsets, and looked exactly like the thugs who maintained order in the movies. And those people were looking at him vaguely. Sneered in his heart. The security here is really extremely careful. I'm afraid if he reveals any flaw, he won't be able to leave this place today. Yi-yun immediately pretended to be excited and full of anticipation, with blood boiling. First, he went to the chip exchange area and directly exchanged 2 million chips. Then he found a baccarat table and Yi-yun sat there, showing his true gambler nature. In just half an hour, more than 500,000 were exported. Only then did Yi-yun realize that his younger brothers had relaxed their attention on him. Raw, sweat, betting, gambling, red wine. Primitive desires are everywhere here. About half an hour passed. Fuck. I lost everything again. What bad luck. Yi-yun grabbed the only 100,000 chips left in his hand, slammed the table hard, and cursed angrily. At this time, a charming woman wearing a red slim-fitting cheongsam that outlined her perfect curves came over and smiled. Why is the guest so angry? In more than an hour, I lost nearly 2 million, and had 26 odd hands in a row. How can I not be angry? Yi-yun gulped down a glass of wine and said angrily. It's okay, it's okay. Isn't that how gambling works? You win and lose. Maybe you can win it all back in the next round. I don't think I've seen you before. This should be your first time here, boss. Since it's your first time here, you can try our method of reducing internal heat. Our heat-removing products are first-rate. If you tell me which one you like, I'll take you there to try. The cheongsam woman chuckled, her expression saying, "You understand. Can you do that, too?" Yi-yun's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked like a pervert. Then in Lushan's claws were immediately extended. If Wan Wenwen or Wang Meiling saw this, their eyes would probably pop out of their heads. Is this still the Yi-yun who is calm and composed and never takes advantage of others? The guest is joking. The cheongsam woman dodged Yi-yun's dirty hands and said with a smile, "My name is Mary, I'm in charge here. You can take any girl here except me Tilder." At this point, Mary pointed upward. Our service here is absolutely perfect. Guests can enjoy the comfort of an emperor. The upstairs are all rooms and are absolutely safe. Of course, we charge for cooling down here. Whether you want the 88888 package or the 66,666 package, you can choose. Ian's breathing became heavier, and he glanced at the chips in his hand and cursed, "Next time I come here to vent my anger, is there a VIP room here? I want to play big. Damn, I don't believe I'm so unlucky today." Just kidding, he can pretend to be gambling, but he won't really do anything to relieve his anger. Who knows if these guys will install a monitoring system upstairs? How many hotels claim to be absolutely safe, but end up installing hidden cameras? On the contrary, he was more interested in the VIP room. Hee, are you sure you want to go to the VIP room? Mary laughed. Our VIP room requires a minimum of 10 million yuan in funds to enter. Hearing this, Ian pretended to be regretful and said with gritted teeth. 10 million. Damn it. I'd better play in the lobby. I will definitely win back all my losses today and make a profit. However, Ian was sighing in his heart. The plan failed. Chapter 29 Simber's Thunder. Starting from the main gate of the immortal world, Ian saw countless security cameras just on the surface. This does not include the people who are keeping watch in secret, there are definitely more. No wonder the police were unable to investigate the case many times before when they came to solve it. I'm afraid that before the patrol car enters the gate of Xinshan Renjian, all the guests on the ship will be evacuated and the scene will be cleaned up. He wanted to help the police solve the case of the immortals on Earth, but it was as difficult as ascending to heaven. However, this does not mean that Yiyun has no solution. Yiyun recalled the reason why the immortal world was destroyed in his previous life. It was somewhat coincidental that it was a young woman who made the complaint online. The woman was frightened and was forced to take advantage of by the young celebrity Wu Qian. After calling the police, it turned out to be true. The young and handsome Wu Qian was also quickly arrested and brought to justice. In order to create an image of himself making up for his crime with merit, Wu Qian confessed everything about Xinshan Renjian, which led to the successful destruction of Xinshan Renjian. Yian guessed that upper-class figures like Wu Qian must have special VIP rooms for their use. The facts were just as Yiyun had guessed. On the boat, Yiyun didn't see any celebrities. This shows that those celebrities have special places. Yiyun wanted to go in just to see if there were any familiar celebrities. The criminal records of these celebrities have been exposed, and I'm sure these people will not keep their mouths shut in order to redeem themselves for their crimes. In this way, this den of vengeance on Earth will also fall into the hands of the law. But now, I find that I can't enter the VIP room at all. Alas, it seems that we can only take one step at a time. Yiyun sighed, knowing that this matter could not be moved forward today. Sitting back at the baccarat plate, Yiyun did not lose again this time. Instead, I was lucky enough to win back all the 1.9 million yuan I had lost. In fact, gambling, apart from cheating, is more about testing memory and the ability to calculate probabilities. Yiyun, who has a highly educated background, is very good at this. Of course, he just chose not to lose a penny, but he would not be interested in any of this dirty money. After Yiyun left the immortal world, Wang Yuan Finance Company. The bald man answered the phone, listened for a while, and immediately cursed. Fuck, this college student is so damn lucky, he is simply blessed with a fortune. Bold brother, it's not great wealth that's the most important, it should be good luck. The quick-talking younger brother on the side said hurriedly. Bang! The bald man slapped him. Fuck you, I said it was a great fortune. That college student went on the boat and lost more than 1.9 million in an hour, and he still wanted to fuck Sister Mary. In the end, Sister Mary couldn't get the girl, and she didn't touch other women. She was so angry that she went to gamble again. In less than 20 minutes, she won more than 1.9 million and left. If this isn't a great fortune, then what is it? After saying this, the bold man seemed very satisfied with the idiom he created and looked very proud of it. What bold brother said is right. The younger brother at the side could only agree with grievance, and then sighed, is this guy stupid? The girls in the immortal world are so beautiful. I remember the college student we sent over there last time, with those long legs and that pretty face. Wow, she was the best in the world. But when she got there, she turned out to be just an ordinary guy. When I think of the college students I sent over last time, I start drooling. The college student's mother was seriously ill, so he borrowed a loan at high interest rates from Guang Yuan Finance. As a result, he couldn't pay it back, so they forcefully injected him with contraband and sent him on board. But even though she is a goddess in my eyes, she is just an ordinary person on the boat. Yiyun could get rid of his anger so easily, but he didn't. When I think about it, I can't wait to replace it. Damn it. If I go, I'll need two. Bang. The bald man slapped him again. Damn it, are you stupid? Compared to Sister Mary, those girls are just vulgar women at best. And that guy's wife and mistresses are no less beautiful than Sister Mary. How can you be attracted to those sluts? This time, I didn't dare to correct the bald guy for saying rouge and powder as rouge and powder. Thinking of Wang Meiling whom Ian brought over yesterday, he wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and cursed. That guy is damn lucky. Humph, what's the hurry? The bald man sneered, just wait, we can't touch that little bitch Li Mengyao because she's favored by boss son, but we'll be able to enjoy that little bitch yesterday sooner or later. No one can resist the temptation of the immortal world. When this guy loses all his money, we can capture his new lover to pay off the debt. When the time comes, we can get some drugs and have fun as much as we want. After we have had enough fun, we can throw it on the boat and sell it for money. Bald brother is wise. Bald brother is awesome. The younger brother, standing by thought of Wang Meiling's body, swallowed his saliva and started to flatter her. However, Baldy could never have imagined it. No, not only the bald man, but even the boss behind him couldn't think of it. This time, what the bald man sent to the immortal world was not a rich man, nor a woman. It was a god of death holding a sickle, ready to ruthlessly harvest them. After coming out of the fairyland, Ian took a taxi back to the rental house. As soon as he returned to the rental house, he began to recall all the information in his mind, trying to find some clues on the internet. It is urgent to defeat the immortals. For 2 consecutive days, Ian had no gains. 2 days later, at 7 o'clock in the evening, Ian shook his head, made a pot of tea, half lying on the sofa, playing with his mobile phone. If I remember correctly, it was today in my previous life. That was the day when People's Daily announced the collapse of Simber Cosmetics. Sure enough, at around 7 o'clock in the evening, the People's Daily published a public commentary. Simber Cosmetics forged a third-party test report, which was so cruel that it disfigured 132 innocent consumers. The news that an unscrupulous businessman used inferior products as raw materials in pursuit of profit was made public. Where is the People's Daily? All the news, he announced. It can almost be said that it is a done deal and there is no possibility of reversal. Purple Mountain Villa District. Wang Meiling's luxurious villa. At the same time, Wen Wenwen also lives here these days. The two were having dinner, and Wang Meiling's chopsticks suddenly fell to the ground. What's wrong, Aunt? It's just a trending search on Weibo about Simber Cosmetics going bankrupt. Are you so surprised? Wen Wenwen was a little curious, then seemed to realize something, looked at Wang Meiling in disbelief, her face turning pale. Aunt, don't tell me that your company also sells a lot of Simber Cosmetics. The news that Simber Cosmetics uses industrial flavors is now spreading everywhere. It's not enough to describe it as unlucky for anyone who touches it. And the identity of the aunt. But she is Grandpa's youngest and most beloved daughter. If something really happens, will Grandpa be able to help? Will Grandpa be implicated? Thinking of this, Wen Wenwen was about to cry. Chapter 30 Kidnapping. But Wang Wenwen knows it best. Grandpa Wang Weigua has been dedicated to law enforcement all his life with integrity. Use your connections to save your sister-in-law. How is that possible? Thinking of this, Wang Wenwen felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. My aunt is 5 or 6 years older than me. The two said they were aunt and niece, but they were actually sisters. If she touches Simber Cosmetics, isn't he my aunt doomed? Aside. Faced with Wang Wenwen's questioning, Wang Meiling was stunned. Now. In Wang Meiling's mind, Ian's words were like the sound of a huge bell, echoing continuously. If I say that within a week, anyone who touches Simber Cosmetics will be unlucky, do you believe it? I'm just reminding you, if you believe me, don't go into Simber Cosmetics. If you must ask for the reason, I can only answer you with 2 words. Intuition. Whether you are right or wrong in purchasing Simber Cosmetics, I hope you can let Ning Dafu's company purchase Simber Cosmetics worth 5 million. Ning Dafu cheated me out of 1 million. I said I would make him pay 10 times more. His career is the price. These words echoed in her mind one by one. At first Wang Meiling didn't believe it at all. Although she finally listened to Yi Yun and did not cooperate with Simber Cosmetics, she still sent a big order of 5 million to Ning Dafu. But the premise of all this is that Yi Yun saved Wen Wenwen's life. Otherwise, how could she listen? But now. Everything was actually just as Yi Yun said. How did Yi Yun know about Simber's sudden incident? Is it a guess? How is that possible? It's really intuition, fortune telling? For a moment, Wang Meiling was shaken. Because other than that, she couldn't explain it at all. Wai Yiyan knew that the police had attacked Xianshang Renjian several times but gained nothing. It is impossible for her to know that Assistant Wen Wenwen had betrayed her. Aunt, say something. Don't scare me. Wen Wenwen, who was standing by, was so scared when she saw Wang Meiling not saying anything that she burst into tears. Call. Wang Meiling took a deep breath and her body trembled because of the shock. Try to calm your restless heart. Wen, I told you a few days ago that I was planning to buy a batch of Simber Cosmetics. Aunt, did you go in later? Wen was so concerned that she asked hurriedly. Wen, I was originally planning to join, but at the last minute, someone told me that if I believed him, I should not purchase Simber Cosmetics. He also set a trap for his enemies and asked them to purchase Simber Cosmetics worth more than 5 million, saying that the price of offending him would be their career. Wang Meiling felt lost. At this moment, she didn't know what to say. At the same time, I also felt a little scared. Such a big accident happened. There is no exception if you cannot make it in the medical beauty industry. If she hadn't listened to Yi Yun, her career dream would have been completely shattered. You must bear legal responsibility. Go in, that's for sure. Once that time comes, the old man will be so old, how can he really be asked to look at the young? Is the image of the Wang family, a military family, going to be destroyed in his own hands? At this moment, a variety of complex emotions such as gratitude, fear, and relief were lingering in Wang Meiling's heart. In addition to being shocked and grateful to Yi Yun, she also felt a strong curiosity about him. Find bargains in ancient coins. It was calculated that Wen was doomed to a great disaster. The police attacked Xianshang Renjian. Now it's Simber Cosmetics that's in trouble. Now, everything has been proven by time. Are there really such coincidences in the world? Now Wang Meiling is not shaken, but has some faith. What? As soon as Wang Meiling finished speaking, Wang Wenwen covered her mouth in surprise. Obviously it was completely beyond her understanding. Simber Cosmetics were very popular on the internet before. Even entertainment industry celebrities like Wang Wenwen have heard of her reputation. Coupled with the hype of top anchor Shan Ji, the outside world is generally optimistic. It can be said that whoever cooperates with Simber will make money. It's just like this state. Without any condemnation from the people's daily. Wang Meiling actually chose to refuse to purchase Simber Cosmetics. No, that's not the point at all. The point is there anyone who could have anticipated the collapse of Simber Cosmetics? And asked Wang Meiling to help dig a pit for the enemy. What the hell is this god? Wang Wenwen believed that even Simber's boss didn't he know. Otherwise, he won't be able to bear the tragic consequences. Could it be a prophecy? It's the 21st century, and there are still people who believe this? Etc. Wang Wenwen's pupils dilated instantly. Am I stupid? Is there a mysterious person around you? Aunt, the person you are talking about, could it be? Wang Wenwen asked in disbelief. Wang Meiling sighed helplessly. Yes, it's Mr. Yi. The children looked at each other and both found it weird. Anyone who encounters such a strange thing will feel cold all over. What's more, there are 2 women. The 2 finally decided. We can only make friends with Mr. Yi, and never make enemies with him. Why? It's very simple. Even weird things like fortune telling happened. Who knows, Yi Yun might get the legendary curse, the 7 Arrows book or something like that. What if you lose your life? All right. Even if Yi Yun doesn't know these, he can only tell fortunes. Wouldn't it be perfect if you could avoid disasters in advance? Only a fool would offend such a person. On the other side, inside the rental house, Yi Yun didn't know yet that the 2 women in Zijinshan Villa district now almost regarded him as a god. After seeing the news about Simber Cosmetics' failure, he was certain of one thing. The fate is the same as in the previous life. Afterwards, Yi Yun turned off his phone and prepared to continue looking for clues of crimes committed by the immortals in the human world. In fact, Yi Yun already has a plan. That started with Wu Qian in his previous life. As long as we can speed up Wu Qian's entry into the water, he will be caught. When you get to the trading floor, don't worry about the gods or the human world. In order to seek a lighter sentence, Wu Qian must tell everything clearly. Gar Tilder. At this time, the door of the rental house was opened. Dad. When Yi Keek saw Yi Yun, she immediately ran over like a rabbit and hugged Yi Yun's feet. She even rubbed her cute little face against Yiyun's trouser leg. Li Mengyao behind her. When she saw the scene in the house, Li Mengyao almost fainted. In the rental house, in order for Yiyun to break the impasse in the immortal world, the key person is of course Wu Qian. Naturally, Wu Qian's photos are everywhere. In order to sort out Wu Qian's network of relationships, Yiyun posted it on a small blackboard. It's basically the same scene as the flying tigers meeting to solve a case in the movie. Judging from the current situation, even a monkey would know that Yiyun is not chasing after Wu Qian. As for Li Mengyao, the first thing she thought of was the kidnapping scenes by gangsters on TV. Yiyun, this is kidnapping. Still a big star. Wu Qian. Chapter 31 White Lies. Put down the Coco. Just when Yiyun was about to hug Coco, an extremely sad and angry voice rang out. Then, the radiance of motherhood made Li Mengyao burst out with unimaginable speed. He quickly pulled Yikik away from Yiyun, as if Yiyun was a terrible beast. Look into Li Mengyao's eyes again. Disappointment, fear, panic, despair. A mixture of emotions. Yes, Li Mengyao has already used her home as Yiyun's base to kidnap the superstar Wu Qian. And this also explains why Yiyun went to Wen. Even why Yiyun could easily make Ning Dafu surrender and release Li Menghan. Everyone knows that Wu Qian is madly pursuing Wen, but the latter is not interested in him at all. It turns out that all this was to help Wen kidnap Wu Qian. This scumbag talked about changing and giving him another chance. They are all fake. A dog will never stop eating shit, and it will only get worse. In other words, Wen didn't know. If she knew, she would be so angry that she would vomit blood. She didn't like Wu Qian, but the Wang family was a military family, so there was no need for her to kidnap Wu Qian and destroy her own reputation. Wow, Mom and Dad, please stop arguing. Coco is scared. Li Mengyao's madness scared Yikik so much that she burst into tears. What? Yiyun was confused. Yiyun, Grandpa Yi. I beg you to let us go, mother and daughter. Ku is your own flesh and blood, how can you bear to hurt her? It's your business if you want to make money, kidnapping Wu Qian has nothing to do with us. Yiyun, I really didn't expect you to be so cruel and crazy that you would actually commit crimes. As she spoke, Li Mengyao's body trembled and her voice became shrill. She was like a frightened bird, mentally fragile and sensitive to the extreme. Yiyun was dumbfounded when he heard this. Kidnapping? Wu Qian? This. Seeing that Yiyun didn't say anything, Li Mengyao naturally thought that he was speechless after being exposed by her. Yiyun, are you planning to kill someone to silence them? Come on, Coco and I don't want to live anymore anyway. We are so unlucky to have to deal with a scum like you. I'm telling you Yiyun, I'm going to call the police to arrest you right now. Li Mengyao acted like a madman and took out her cell phone to dial 110. Mengyao, you've watched too many movies. Yiyun hurriedly stopped her. If the police came, he would never be able to clear himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. How is kidnapping possible? I deserved death in the past and was not a human being. But I would never kidnap someone for money, let alone kill someone to silence them. Then he pointed to Wu Qian's photo on the small blackboard and said, I went to Wang Wenwen's place because I helped her with a small favor in the antique street, so I just happened to go there. Also, take a closer look at these materials. Is there any information about kidnapping? Besides, Wu Qian is such a big star. I am just an ordinary person with no guns or cannons. Can I kidnap him with a kitchen knife? Li Mengyao was stunned. Although she still thought that Yiyun was a useless piece of mud and that a dog will never change its eating habits. But Yiyun was such a loser, and she was the first one who didn't believe that he could kidnap Wu Qian, who had a group of bodyguards. So she looked at the small blackboard. Looking at it this way, Li Mengyao discovered that this was more about smoothing out Wu Qian's network of relationships. But there was no information about Wu Qian's daily whereabouts. In an instant, a trace of embarrassment appeared on Li Mengyao's face. No matter how dumb she was, she knew that even if she kidnapped someone, she had to know the other person's itinerary. That's how it was played in the movies anyway. Why don't you find a job? Why are you here studying these things? What does a famous star have to do with you? You are just wasting your time. Although she knew that she had misunderstood Yiyun, Li Mengyao's tone was still unfriendly. I found some people online saying that Wu Qian is the top seller of Wengerhua. I feel like the brands he endorses might be in trouble. Now that I have some money, I want to try to enter the stock market and short those brands. Yiyun tried to be as tactful as possible. Research stocks. Short selling. Li Mengyao sneered. Yeah. Yiyun knew that Li Mengyao would not believe his excuse, but he still spoke. Sure enough, you haven't changed at all. You're always thinking about getting rich. Stocks are something that people like you can touch. Yes, you have the 100,000 yuan you scammed, so what? Yiyun didn't say anything, but he knew that it was useless to say anything now, because some idiot in the past had completely destroyed his image. Har, it doesn't make any sense anyway. I'm here today just to pack up my things and move out with Coco. Yiyun still has 20 days left, and I hope you'll fulfill your promise and sign the divorce papers by then. That way, at least I'll still think you're a man. After saying that, Li Mengyao pulled Yi Keek and walked towards the bedroom. However, Coco's eyes were already covered with mist, and her feet seemed to be fixed in place and refused to move. Coco, follow mommy. Li Mengyao glared. Wow. Mom, please don't leave. Keek wants to be with daddy, wants to listen to daddy's stories, and wants to play with Winnie the Pooh. Yi Keek finally couldn't help it and burst into tears. Kid, are you listening or not? Li Mengyao raised her hand, as if to hit him. War. Keek, don't go. Keek wants to be with daddy. Keek wants to sleep with daddy. Yi Keek cried even harder after being frightened. Keek, be good. Daddy is going to be busy moving to a bigger house these days. You and mommy should go out and live there for 2 days. When daddy is done with his work, I will pick you and mommy up, okay? Then, we can live in the big house together, okay? Yiyun suppressed his reluctance and touched Yi Keek's head. He hasn't seen his wife and daughter for 40 years. God knows how much he wants to be with them every moment. But in this situation, he didn't want to disobey Li Mengyao or let Coco be beaten. All that's left is to tell this white lie. Really, Dad? Children are always very trusting. They immediately retracted their misty eyes and looked at Yiyun excitedly. Of course it's true. How could Dad lie to Coco? Come on, let's make a pinky promise. Okay, we'll make a pinky promise that you won't change for 100 years. Whoever changes will be a puppy. Woof woof woof. Li Mengyao, who was standing aside, just watched all this with indifference. She basically treated Yiyun's words as fart. Let us not talk about whether there is any possibility of reconciliation between her and Yiyun. It's about the big house. He. Do you, Yiyun, know how expensive the housing prices in Jinling are? Our 80 square meter house in Jinling costs 3 to 4 million. Pooh. Li Mengyao couldn't help but shake her head, wondering what she was thinking. This might be the penultimate time I see Yiyun in my life, and in a big house. Joke. Dad, please remember to pick up Coco to see the big house. When Li Mengyao packed up her things and left with Coco, Yi Keek waved at Yiyun cutely. We've known each other for 8 years, and you're still barely considered a man today. And Li Mengyao still said this before leaving. After saying this, he turned around and left with Coco. Mengyao, wait a minute. Chapter 32, Heartfelt. As if he thought of something, Yiyun spoke quickly. Li Mengyao ignored him and walked straight out. Yiyun could only shout from behind. Mengyao, Ning Dafu made Menghan stay in the detention center for a day, and treated you like that. I have made him pay the price. Yiyun shouted, you can take Menghan to Ning Dafu's company tomorrow. I hope that will ease the grievances you have suffered. No need. Li Mengyao said coldly without even turning her head. Then he continued to speak. This kind of revenge by a child is totally unnecessary. And even if you really make Ning Dafu pay the price, so what? He is still a multi-millionaire. Besides, compared to the injustice you, Yiyun, caused me, Ning Dafu's injustice is not even 1/10,000th of it. After the words were spoken, the person left. Under the dim light, their wife and daughter slowly disappeared at the end. Yiyun was speechless and stood there. I have mixed feelings in my heart. He was stunned for a long time but still couldn't wake up. Yiyun clenched his fist and swore. With God's blessing, I will make my wife and daughter happy in this rebirth. I promised Coco the big house, and I will definitely do it. Moreover, it must be the best community in the whole Jinling. Ding-a-ling tilde. Finally, a cell phone ring disrupted Yiyun's thoughts. Mr. Yi, did you know about the hot searches on Weibo about Simber Cosmetics? As soon as Yi Yun answered the phone, Wang Meiling on the other end immediately spoke in rejoicing. I understand. Yi Yun said in a flat tone. Mr. Yi, thank you so much. You have helped us twice in just a few days. If it weren't for you, both Wen and I would have been in big trouble. Wang Meiling chattered non-stop. Is there anything wrong? If not, I'll hang up first. I'm still busy. Yi Yun said lightly. His wife and daughter had just left, and he really didn't have the energy to chat with Wang Meiling. When Wang Meiling heard Yi Yun's words, she was stunned. What happened to Yi Yun? Of course, she didn't dare to provoke Yi Yun at this time. What if she accidentally offended him? The feeling of relief I had before was gone instantly. Then said. Mr. Yi, I don't know where you live yet. I plan to treat you to a meal tomorrow. I'll pick you up, okay? Is it okay? These words were clearly spoken in a pleading tone. If outsiders knew that they came from the mouth of the cold female president Wang Meiling, I'm afraid countless people would stare out of their heads. But when facing Yi Yun, Wang Meiling felt that what she said was so natural. South City Village, just call me when you get nearby. Yi Yun thought about it and did not refuse. After all, he felt that there was something he still needed Wang Meiling's help with. Okay Mr. Yi, then I won't disturb your rest. See you tomorrow? Seeing that Yi Yun had no desire to continue the conversation, Wang Meiling quickly stopped the conversation, fearing that it would offend Yi Yun. After the phone call was hung up, Yi Yun moved the small blackboard aside and lit a cigarette. Now he no longer wants to care about the affairs of the immortals and the human world for the time being. The most important thing at the moment is to bring Coco and Li Mengyao back. Yi Yun, who wanted a villa to repair the relationship between husband and wife, naturally wanted to make more money in a short period of time. I want to get a top-notch villa in Jinling. With Yi Yun only having 3.7 million left in his hands, it was simply a joke. It's almost like buying a villa toilet. The prices of villas are all in billions. The most important thing is how to turn the 3.7 million yuan in your hands into 100 million yuan in the shortest time. After all, the capture of Xinshang Renjian or Wuqian were not something he could actively promote at the moment. The next morning, Wang Meiling called Yi Yun early. Yi Yun simply packed up and left the village in the city. Beep, beep, Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi. In a cool pink Bentley convertible, Wang Meiling, wearing a light-colored long dress and black sunglasses, waved at Yi Yun. The beauty in the sports car naturally attracted countless passers-by to stop and take pictures. Obviously, such a combination seems a bit out of place near the urban villages. However, Wang Meiling never even looked at those people. After Yi Yun got in the car and it started, Wang Meiling smiled. Mr. Yi, Wen was planning to come with me this morning. Unfortunately, she has to go to the company to sign a contract for a new movie. But don't worry, she will come with us for lunch at noon. Wang Meiling spoke with enthusiasm. Obviously, in the Simber Cosmetics incident, she felt that Yi Yun saved her career. Yi Yun smiled. Actually, it doesn't really matter whether I eat or not. I came to you today hoping that you would do me a favor. Wang Meiling responded while driving. Mr. Yi, what are you talking about? You are a great benefactor to Wen and me. We can't wait to repay you. If there is anything you can do for me, just tell me. My sister-in-law lost her job recently, so I wanted to see if Mr. Wang could arrange for her to be promoted. Yi Yun said. What he wanted was Li Menghan's job. After having a falling out with her parents, Li Mengyao recently moved to the place where Li Menghan rented a house. But Li Menghan has lost her job now, and Yi Yun is worried that the sisters are having a hard time during this period, so he plans to ask Wang Meiling for help. That's nothing. Wang Meiling said with a smile, I have been doing business with Menghan before, and I am very optimistic about her ability. Ning Dafu doesn't know how to use talents, and he even suppresses them. I have wanted to poach her for a long time. I called her yesterday and asked her to be the regional manager of the Jinling West District. No one can control her except me. I am so happy to have such a talented person. These words seemed to be praising Li Menghan, but in fact they were expressing Yi Yun's attitude. After all, to put it bluntly, Li Menghan has abilities, but she is not Wang Meiling's confidant after all, otherwise she would not have thought of poaching Li Menghan after so many years of cooperation. As for the regional head, he is truly second to none and has enormous power and benefits. How could it be so easy to give them to an outsider? But after these few contacts, Yian became a metaphysical genius to Wang Mailing. As Yian's sister-in-law, Li Menghan must be kept by his side for a large sum of money. Under this premise, and Li Menghan's own abilities are good. If I wasn't afraid of other people in the company spreading unnecessary rumors. Wang Mailing even wanted to promote Li Menghan directly to vice president of the company. Thank you, Mr. Wang. But don't let Li Menghan know that I said this. Yian's expression eased slightly. As a newcomer promoted to regional manager, he naturally knew what Wang Mailing was thinking. However, based on Yian's understanding of his sister-in-law, that crazy woman. If he knew that Wang Mailing was entrusted with the important task because of him, I'm afraid he will resign at any moment, or even come to my house and beat me up. Even though my sister-in-law is unemployed now. Don't worry, Mr. Yi. I certainly won't say a word to Miss Li. Wang Mailing said quickly, I arranged a job for her this morning to inspect work in Liushui district, and Ning Dafu's company is near Liushui district. Yiyun was stunned and said something meaningful. You have a heart. I remember your love, and there's a rich event going on. Do you want to play along? Chapter 33, Ambitious. The other side. A focus moving in Liushui district. Menghan, you said that Mr. Wang asked you to be the district manager. Congratulations. Boss Wang thinks so highly of you, you can't let him down. Knowing that Li Menghan was appointed as the district leader by Wang Mailing, Li Mengyao said happily while sitting in the passenger seat. She was so surprised. If Li Menghan had simply found a job under Wang Mailing, she would not have been so surprised. But as soon as he took office, he was entrusted with an important task. This was no longer as simple as changing jobs. But it means rapid success. Area manager. This can be said to be one of the highest positions besides the boss Wang Mailing, and it can be said to be at the executive level. Compared with the vice president level, the only thing missing is the right to equity dividends. At work, when facing someone like the vice president, you can just let him go wherever he wants. Of course, if it were a plasmolysis, most people would probably be jealous of it. But for her sister, Li Mengyao only has deep blessings in her heart. At this moment, Li Menghan herself couldn't believe it at all. Although she is still quite confident in her abilities. But I have known Wang Mailing for so many years, and she has never mentioned poaching. However, now that I have just resigned, it is enough for Wang Mailing to take the initiative to extend an olive branch. He was also directly assigned to the position of district manager, with a salary of 50,000 yuan a month. Compared to before, there is a world of difference. After learning the news yesterday, Li Menghan pinched her thigh hard. If it wasn't for the pain in my thigh. If I hadn't reported to Wang Mailing's company today, I would have been sent to Liuher district to inspect the work. She really felt like she was dreaming, or maybe Wang Mailing had made a mistake. Beep, beep, beep. But just as she was about to respond to her sister, the sirens of the police car ahead caught the attention of the two sisters. Menghan, what's going on out front? Li Mengyao asked. This seems to be where I worked before. This is Ning Dafu's company. Li Menghan naturally would not fail to recognize the place where she had worked for several years. Several police cars were parked on the side of the road, and a cordon was set up around the area. Countless people were watching, which made the two sisters quite curious. Li Menghan parked the car on the side of the road and finally squeezed into the crowd. Ning Dafu, his brother and his wife were beaten into pig heads. Even their own mother might not recognize them. If the police hadn't stopped them, a group of angry people would have beaten these three people to death. The original Dafu Cosmetics had long been smashed to pieces. Brother, isn't this Dafu Cosmetics? What's going on? Seeing this scene, Li Menghan was stunned and asked quickly. The passers-by nearby were originally enjoying the show, and were a little impatient when they heard other people asking questions. But when they turned around and saw that the people asking the questions were a pair of sisters, they immediately became excited and asked. This Ning Dafu is so cruel that he sold Simber cosmetics that harm people. As a result, more than 30 people were disfigured after using the cosmetics, and now the families of those people are here to seek revenge. Tell me about these unscrupulous profiteers nowadays, they are really. Li Menghan felt secretly happy as passers-by kept introducing themselves. Asshole, you bully me and slander my sister. What retribution? At the scene, Ning Dafu's head was covered with bruises, his face was as pale as paper, and he was lying on the ground like a dead dog. He hates it. Why was I so stupid as to buy Simber cosmetics worth 5 million? This led to this huge disaster. The curious onlookers around, the victim's family members who wanted to eat his flesh, and the police who came to arrest him. Ning Dafu knew it very well. Although I was also a victim, my career was completely ruined after this incident. Suddenly, Ning Dafu was stunned and saw Li Menghan and Li Mengyao in the crowd. The words Yian said to him that night immediately came to his mind. My 1 million is not so easy to take. You need to pay more than 10 times the price. Whoosh! A chill rose from Ning Dafu's feet and instantly spread throughout his body, making him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. In just 3 days, what the other party said came true. And the price he paid was not 10 times, but 100 times or 1,000 times. Aunt Menghan, I was wrong. I apologize. Ning Xiaoming was only slightly injured. I shouldn't have asked for $1 million from you. I was blind, I shouldn't have offended you, and I shouldn't have offended your sister. Please, let me go, give me a way to live. The next second, Ning Dafu crawled in front of Li Mengyao and her sister like a madman, kowtowed and admitted his mistakes in public. He would never have imagined that a drunkard and gambler could predict the end of his own industry. Could it even be that that bastard was behind it? If Li Menghan and her sister had not come, Ning Dafu would naturally not have thought of Yi Yun. But just 3 days after Yi Yun made his harsh words, something went wrong in his own company. As luck would have it, Li Mengyao and her sister were also present at the event. There are not so many coincidences in the world. At this moment, when he thought of Yi Yun's face, he felt that face was like a demon from the abyss. Anyone would be afraid of things that are beyond their understanding. Sister Li Mengyao was also frightened by Ning Dafu's madness and quickly dodged. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Li Menghan was as aggressive as ever. Li Mengyao looked at Ning Dafu with cold eyes. I'm afraid he's having a seizure, leave him alone. Ning Dafu wanted to say something but the police came over and handcuffed him and took him away. There was a burst of boos all around. The profiteer deserves this fate. Who told him to sell fake goods? Good job, the police caught him. Humph, the 3 of them should be thankful to the police for arresting them, otherwise they would have been beaten to death. He has caused disfigurement to more than 30 people. I'm afraid he will be sentenced to several years in prison. Good sentence. People around were talking about it, but they didn't care when Ning Dafu kowtowed to Li Mengyao and her sister in the end. Maybe people just think that Li Mengyao and her 2 daughters are also victims of Simber Cosmetics. After all, he was beaten so badly, it is reasonable that his mind is not normal. Li Menghan felt really refreshed after getting in the car. But Li Mengyao on the side said coldly, Menghan, take me back to the company. At this moment, she felt extremely disgusted with Yi Yun. Ambitious and boastful, is there anything that Yi Yun can't do? I remembered what Yi Yun said. Ning Dafu treated you like that, and I've made him pay the price. Nausea. It's so disgusting. This was clearly the retribution from God for Ning Dafu's unkindness due to his wealth. It has nothing to do with you, Yi Yun. As for why Yi Yun knew, he probably guessed that Ning Dafu purchased Simber Cosmetics, and then Yi Yun saw the news last night in which the People's Daily criticized him by name. Damn Yi Yun, what a waste. Sister, you must divorce that bastard this time. After Li Mengyao told Yi Yun about what he said last night, Li Menghan started cursing. After all, claiming credit for something is such a disgusting thing that everyone would look down upon.